This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good Sunday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now. Coming on the air, we have a winter storm warning in effect here for portions of the area, talking about in towards South Georgia. I know they got upgraded there last night towards some of our different communities. We were posting about it there. I know in the weather community myself, there a little after midnight, got that upgrade there to a winter storm warning. So let me go ahead and see that graphic first off. If you're just waking up, you do see the radar, you do see the snow starting to move in. Some reports there toward, the Albany area are starting to see some of that changeover from rain to snow. So getting exciting here for folks. I mean, snow is fun in general if there's not ice. And we're seeing surface temperatures above freezing. So it's more about just seeing that snow. And if you're careful, this should be fun here for a lot of folks today. So try to, enjoy this the best you can here. Again, this is not going to be affecting everybody though, but as we see the graphics right now, winter storm warning, impactful snowfall event really expected or really even ongoing now here in toward the noted counties. So we're talking about, you see around Albany there, you have Sylvester, Leesburg, Camilla is in here, of course. You have areas there like Dawson. So you kind of get the idea here. We have this winter storm warning effect. That winter storm warning, they're going to remain in effect here as we look at the information until about noon. So this Sunday morning snow event is underway. We've had it underway in the Florida Panhandle even longer, the west of our covered area than into toward South Georgia. This is just starting to get going now in our southwest Georgia counties here over the last little bit. And we have this warning in play till noon here. So we're going to be with you probably pretty much wall to wall, over the next hours to come to keep you guys up to date here. And again, this is not like tornadoes where, that is very, very serious. And even an ice storm like what we had last year, that was a little bit, more serious than this here. This is more fun than anything if we're careful, of course. We are not really seeing that ice type of scenario. Might have a little bit tonight because we're going to see below freezing conditions, so whatever moisture remains on the surfaces would freeze, so we'll have to watch that as we look here ahead. Hopefully there won't be too much. There's going to be some wind here today, so that's something to be keeping an eye on. I know, let me go ahead and see the winter weather advisory here now. These are the counties where there'll be some impacts here. Some light and wet snow expected, but not maybe as much of the heavier snow and, lower in totals here as we look toward like Liberty, and I'm saying North Liberty here. I had to add that into the graphic because it's only for Northern Liberty, but also Gadsden under this. That got changed here, late last night to add some of those different zones. You see Grady County here and the like as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. Again, comparing and contrasting that's your winter storm warning. That's your winter weather advisory, talking about the highlighted and underlined zones for the different types of alerts here in play this morning as we look and as we track things here. So we're watching that areas further off toward Coffee and Atkinson County. Those two zones, those two counties going to be under that winter weather advisory till 2 o'clock this afternoon here. So a little bit further, along there in the eastern zones, that gets you to the Jacksonville Weather Service jurisdiction. But after that, it really should just be more rain and, moving away here. I know areas, toward the east, going to have rain for the most part here. Going to have that type of precip, but probably not really going to have the snow here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. I know showing you guys the chances for at least snow flurries today. I've updated this once again as this is a fluid situation. I know we had this one yesterday, and I've had to, lower a lot of the numbers. But I did get to up the numbers to the north and west, 100% chance there around Albany. Really starting to see that above now, and then 95% there toward the I-75 corridor. As we're looking further up at our northern fringes there of the coverage area, so, Tifton and northward especially is what I'm talking about with that. 55%, a little bit lower of just flurry of pound melt, but off to Tallahassee, not even impactful snow. not even a guarantee of a flurry here at this point for Tallahassee and Valdosta, but I still think it's more likely to happen than not. But Waycross, that chance has dropped below 50% now for Ware County. Things are not really looking as conducive for it with the atmospheric profile. I mean, as you see numbers further down to the south and east, even lower. I mean, we're at 53 degrees here east of Stark right now. Now, you don't have to have freezing to have snow or snow flurries. I mean, we're getting pretty decent snow, and we're, right around that freezing point. I'm going to show you real quick as we look and as we track things. You see there on the map, we have 32 there on Eufaula, and then some of these areas here right on the edge, 36 or so. So you don't even have to have freezing to get the snow. Granted, I'm a little surprised at some of those 32s. That could make this stick a little bit more and be a little bit more impactful than we were thinking. Some of this is seemingly, just the snow ongoing, maybe dropping things a little bit further than what the models were indicating here in some of the areas on the northern fringe of the viewing circle. So that's something to watch. That's something that we were talking about. We're thinking, temperatures stay above freezing. Probably the pavement would still be a little bit warmer because it was pretty warm yesterday. But that is interesting to note. You see already into snow there observed up toward Muskogee County in Georgia, around the Midland community. That is there around Columbus. This is an event for them that's pretty rare, starting to move toward Macon there as well. But yeah, you see the temperatures just in the 40s around Tallahassee, 44, and you see in the 50s further off toward the east. So, we're having some rain around, but probably not so much the snow or even snow flurries. But we have ongoing snow right now in some of the western counties here as we look and as we track things. I know the reporting site in Dawson's now going with light snow. The radar maybe running a little bit behind on this. Albany is still showing rain here for the moment as we're looking. I'm going to back this up here as this is fluid. Just checking the latest observations. Yeah, light rain there, but you see Dawson switched over to snow now. Same with Americus now. So as we're seeing things evolve, this is very fluid, obviously. Just getting into Dawson now with that shift. As I'm going to go ahead and go to another view here on the Doppler perspective. This is another mode of Doppler. You see the snow there on Cuthbert there in Randolph County. And again, we're starting to see a transition to snow around Dawson now in Terrell County. This is running a little behind. And as I go to correlation coefficient, though, and we do this, and so this for tornadoes sometimes, this also helps us, kind of define maybe where the line of the transition between rain and snow is. And yeah, definitely seeing some of that, but further off toward the east here. I'm going to switch to the Tallahassee radar here as we're kind of looking at things and tracking things here. This morning, we're trying to keep you guys informed. Obviously, you see maybe, a mixture of some type of wintry weather all the way to Bainbridge, according to this, as we're looking at a little ahead of what the radar would indicate. So maybe some flurries or maybe some sleet pellets mixing in above freezing to not freezing rain at least, which is a good thing there because that's very hazardous, very impactful as we look and as we track things. We had that so badly last year, and we had just all sorts of winter weather hazards last January, and that, really caused folks to be stuck at home for a while. I mean, classes around FSU, they were out for about a week or so, not even expecting them to be out on Tuesday because they're not even probably going to get much other than maybe flurries in Tallahassee and even points northward. We have the holiday tomorrow, MLK Day, so by Tuesday, I mean, even tomorrow probably fine. It's cold, maybe a little bit of black ice there lingering in the morning, but by Tuesday, yeah, for sure, we should be able to have school everywhere unless there's somehow pipes burst or something because of some of the cold, but it's not going to be colder than what we had there on Friday morning in general. So again, as we look and as we track things here, we're just trying to give you guys the very latest updates here on this situation. We're just trying to keep you informed as the sun just coming up in these areas. So, when we had to come on, last time there, we were having to kind of pace ourselves with like updates at the top of each hour, probably about 18 hours, 16 hours worth of that. Well, this is probably about a 5, 4, 6 hour event, somewhere around there, as we're looking and as we're tracking things so we can kind of, study things we're not just coming on at night and ending, right after sunrise. We are going to be actually showing you the snow as it happens with the light off those Florida 511 and Georgia 511 cameras here. So that's to be pretty exciting here over the next little bit. Again, we don't want road hazards, but we want to be able to see that snow here, and we're going to be showing that to you live on the air here this morning. I appreciate everybody tuning in on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch here. It's all about informing you, your friends, and your family here this morning on this Sunday morning, this January 18th, 2026. It's a morning that we're not going to forget for folks in some of these spots. It's not going to be as bad as last year, but it's very rare still to have snow in Florida. As we're looking, you see some of that here on the map with the white on the map here, the gray on the map. I know last year was really impactful, but I mean, it's just still a rare event. So you want to try to enjoy this the best you can. I mean, it could, be many years for some of you before we have another event that rivals this. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here as we're giving you guys the very latest information. I see Suzanne watching on Facebook. I appreciate you tuning in as we're just trying to keep everybody up to date here on this. I mean, there's that big temperature contrast between here where, if you're watching from Bradford County or, North Central Florida compared to the rest, in other parts of our covered area. Probably not going to even have flurries here around Stark and Gainesville, but up toward Albany, that snow moving on in here. Which is a very exciting thing here as we're giving you guys the very latest information. Again, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, the website there has some features as well that can be helpful. So, again, just trying to keep you guys informed on all of this. I'm going to go ahead and pull up some more on the graphics. Again, this is what I was saying when very unlikely to even have flurries now toward north central, northeast Florida here. 25% chance or less here of that even happening with some of that mixing in. I didn't want to go completely zero like what the models are pretty much showing, because I do think, some of the models which, based themselves off of some different things here, and then you compare the radar reflectivity to the correlation coefficient. Things are running ahead a little, so there's a chance it could get a little bit further east than what the models are showing, but they're a lot further west than they had been previous. More totals for further west and north, but as we're looking to Waycross, even it's going to be questionable if we get in on some snow there. As you see, the overall totals that are forecasted here by me for today, up to 2 inches there around Albany and then around that I-75 corridor in the northern parts of the area. But just to trace the snow, if we're lucky, around Tallahassee, Valdosta, Waycross, and none points east and south here across the area. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here as we're watching and as we're tracking things this morning. Just trying to monitor the overall situation here as things do evolve moment by moment. I do want to talk about where the weather, prediction center, they're watching things, and then the storm prediction center, I know we use, their information for like tornadoes and stuff. We also follow winter weather here. So let me go ahead and pull something up. You saw this big light blue circle when you first came on the stream, possibly when you're first coming on, and that's a mesoscale discussion for snow, where they're talking about maybe locally heavy snowfall here. Some rates a half inch to locally 1 inch per hour for a few hours before diminishing. This is where the threat is greatest here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. As we give you guys the latest, down in here in the Florida Panhandle through Dothan, Lakeland, and, in our area here, Bainbridge, Camilla, Albany, Dawson, you kind of get the idea all the way over, just northwest of Tifton there. So getting through about Sylvester. But as we look here, rain will transition to snow this morning with snowfall rates around a half inch to locally 1 inch there per hour. As we're looking in that lightest blue, purplish circle area there, that's going to be, half inch to inch rates for a few hours before diminishing. A secondary surface cold front will continue to advance southeastward across Alabama, Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle this morning. a plume of precipitation. I'm just kind of reading or discussing verbatim, but it goes into a lot of meteorological terms here. But I think that's going to be helpful to some of the viewers, as maybe you're just waking up, just getting going here. And they're talking about a plume of precipitation. It's ongoing ahead of / near the front across the southern southeast Alabama zone into much of southern and central Georgia and parts of the Florida Panhandle. This activity is being aided by large-scale ascent associated with an embedded mid-level shortwave trough moving eastward across the southeast in the entrance region of a pronounced southwesterly mid to upper level jet. Recent RAP / NAM forecast sounding suggest that additional modest / low mid-level cooling of already saturated profile there will support a quick rain to snow transition this morning across parts of southeast Alabama and the southwest / central Georgia and the Florida Panhandle. The latest 12Z surface observations show this transition already occurring across southeast Alabama, west central Georgia, so we're talking about this earlier in the hour, and the western Florida Panhandle, where temperatures are falling into the low to mid 30s. Again, we don't get this much around here to have, a lot of times you get cold rain. You don't generally get the snow to come in on the backside like this, but that's what we're having happen here today. Expect this trend, to continue farther east there in southwest / central Georgia through the remainder of the morning as we have the temperature dropping there. And, that blue circle zone is where we have the greatest threat for heavy snow, including parts of our area. We already have it ongoing in some of our far northwestern zones, but getting towards some of the more populated zones here over the next little bit, like Albany and Leesburg. So, I'm adding that to the, point of discussion here, but just the information that we're reading here, I know it's a situation, latest 12Z surface observations, so the transition already occurring as we were alluding to. And then, my snowfall rates there are not forecast to be overly high. Most guidance suggests that ½ inch to locally 1 inch per hour rates may occur within the most intense portion of the precipitation band. These enhanced snowfall rates should not last more than a few hours in any given location, as rapidly drying low / mid levels on the backside of the shortwave trough will quickly erode precipitation from west to east through about 17Z Zulu time, which, if you guys don't know, I know it's, obviously it shifts around there because when we have the time change, this is global time, but this time of year, 17Z is 11 a.m. Central Standard Time or noon Eastern Standard Time. So that kind of tells the story with all that there as we watch the ongoing weather situation evolve. So very intriguing here to monitor, very intriguing to watch. And talking about drier air coming back in, here you see further to the north and west how low the dew points are. So, some of this gets eroded quick and then you lose that snowfall, but you get even colder area for tonight here as you see how cold it is. See how cold it is back to the north and west. It's something we are continuing to watch, continuing to monitor here in toward the weather center. Again, we're trying to keep you guys informed here on this winter storm. Again, we do have that upgrade to that winter storm warning here that we were alluding to. So that's something we're watching. We're going to be watching, generally talking about rain and then snow. Obviously, is a big hazard today. Maybe a little sleet. Freezing rain shouldn't happen, but we could have some black ice later tonight. We do not want freezing rain, and luckily that's not generally happening here in our area because of the way the temperatures are, and we're generally above freezing in our coverage area, which is good news, obviously. So, again, we're watching all that here, trying to give you guys the latest. We're at the top of the hour, so let me go ahead. If people are just waking up here, we have the winter storm warning effect. We'll have more on that here in just a second as we welcome more people in.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here at the top of the hour. Again, winter storm warning here as we continue the live coverage. You can see we do have the impactful snowfall event here expected today and already ongoing in some of those zones So this is, happening here. We need to be, very mindful, but also something maybe you can enjoy with your family this morning. Be careful. Accidents still can happen, even though we're above freezing here for the most part with the surface temperature, and especially the pavement temperature. We do have to be careful here. It's going to reduce visibility on the roads here. And then we have a lesser hazard, but still a hazard, and still a noteworthy storyline. Still some snow possible in these zones here with the winter weather advisory. So again, that's kind of what we're tracking. That's kind of what we're monitoring here this morning. It's not going to be like last year here, but still some big impacts. And now, speaking of last year, let's flash back to a little bit of how it looked there toward Thomas County. They're not under any alert. Last year was a far different story for them. Let's take a look back at last year's winter storm. That was, the historic one, not, historic for everybody in the sense of the totals, further south and east. But Thomas County, they had it, pretty good there, but also, dangerous in some ways as well. Really accumulating here. These are going to be visuals you remember in some cases for a lifetime here, making those lifetime memories. But you also got to stay safe with all that ice because that can be very hazardous, obviously. So just kind of flashing back there with that, trying to give you guys a look back there. As we're almost on that 1 year anniversary of that event. Obviously, we're going to start seeing your camera in a second. I just wanted to kind of, introduce the storyline here for a little bit as people are just waking on up. So you can see what we're dealing with here right now. With some of the different maps, you see that wind coming out of the north and west and dry air coming in is going to erode the corridor of precipitation here. But we do have, it is interesting to see some of these temperatures like around Eufaula, so Quitman County area anyway, getting closer to freezing. That could cause us to stick a little bit more than what we were anticipating. Granted, the pavement temperature still shouldn't be, quite as cold, but, the surface temperature actually getting to freeze in there. That's an interesting note. Down on Dothan, it's pretty close as well. So that's kind of interesting to see here. Sometimes the models aren't going to get it just right here as we're looking at. Sometimes when you have snow ongoing, it can already kind of make things, it kind of cools things down more. The models don't expect snow in general around here, and then maybe they're not accounting for it as much, and it's pretty heavy too. And it's early in the day, kind of cooling things down maybe a little bit more with the temperatures than they would anticipate. So I'm going to go ahead and put some model guidance here, though. The latest run we have in our system, the HRRR. So we're at 8 a.m. here right now. I'm going to go ahead and put what HRRR was indicating for then. It's a little bit behind maybe as I'm going to say the actual view. Just kind of try to compare. And yeah, it's definitely behind a little bit here because, so that's interesting to see as we're giving you guys the latest. Again, that's the actual current look there. And then this is what it was showing there for the top of the hour. But we'll go ahead and progress it. I'll zoom out first. You see the one report in here with the total already an inch up there around Columbus, Georgia this morning. Again, this is something you don't see much of snow in Florida here. It happens, to get accumulating snow like we're seeing around the I-10 corridor. That doesn't happen much. It's not going to be like last year, but still, this is very rare. You do not get this every year. It's always possible. They go decades without another event like this. I mean, even though it's not going to get further off toward the south and east, the Georgia aspect happens a little more often with reoccurrence intervals, but around I-10 in Florida, even though it's mainly west of our area, Gaston getting a little, but further west of our area, the bigger threat with the winter storm warning for, Mariana and the like. This is very rare, even though it happened last year, a bigger event than this. As you kind of progress it, though, here, as I know we're trying to watch or trying to track things here. I know, hope you guys are enjoying it with your friends and your family here this morning and the like. But you also got to stay safe here, obviously, as well. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed. This is 10 a.m. on this. This really shows that eroding quick. Goodness, that's quicker and quicker. I mean, we may not even have to be with you as long as that erodes quicker. That's also going to lower our snow totals off toward the east here. That's even quicker than what we were seeing earlier. Making still maybe some lingering by about, 16Z. That's only 11 o'clock. So this may be even a more short-lived event than we were anticipating here if this were to come to fruition. This is kind of surprising. It says some north of area at 11 a.m. But you see here how 10 a.m. I mean, that corridor is pretty small across, and now, what was it forecasting for the corridor? What I mean by that, so that was 7 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. So I want to see how far across it was sowing the snow compared to what the current radar is showing it. So about a 55-mile band. What are we actually seeing on radar? Because as this shrinks, what we'll be watching, this may be a little bit bigger than what it's showing in a way. It's in about 40, but I'm gonna put the METARs on here and then switch them over to reports, and then I'm gonna do some measurements here. So about 55. So yeah, right now maybe on track might, be something where we have the chances here, dwindle down in eastern zone, but we still got a few hours here of some snowfall that shouldn't just completely fade away. And some of it's pretty heavy here, and some of this banding, which can reduce visibility on the roads. We're not used to this here in Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and the like. I know we're focused on, South Georgia, where the worst in our covered area being South Georgia. Though the Florida Panhandle west of our area is getting it pretty bad too, as we're looking and as we're tracking things. So, definitely, trying to give you guys the latest here on the storyline. I know, looking back last year's event, all we got here around Stark was tiny flurries, and that might be the case. Maybe Waycross gets something like that here. That might be about as close as the tiny flurries get, unless we really get something on the backside there. I guess it's not impossible, but as we look here on this date, here on this date, I was gonna say day, but actually on this date here, going back 49 years, we had some of wintry weather, but then going back here, first off, talking about 2014. You can see we had freezing rain. We're not expecting that. That was freezing rain. This is freezing rain and sleet there. As we're looking from event, may get a little sleet. The freezing rain is not probably going to happen. They're just trying to give you guys, different types of wintry precipitation and sowing them there in the view. But this is, 49 years ago today, we did have snow in the Hampton area there in Bradford County. We had accumulating snow. These are family photos there. And you can see the footprints in the snow. And this is what some people are going to experience in our northwestern counties. But probably, not anywhere close to Stark or Gainesville. Will there even be flurries? Maybe tiny flurries if we really get lucky. But, that's looking less and less likely here because we're still in the 50s here. And we're already starting to see some rain, moving on in. Granted, it'll cool down as that rain moves into the 40s and the like. But temperature profile, however, is not supportive here as we give you guys the very latest. I know we will have a hard freeze concern for some tonight. Some folks won't get there, but some will. Gonna have some concerns Tuesday and Wednesday as well. You gotta watch out, with the cold and space heaters. You gotta be very careful if you're using those because those can be very hazardous. Obviously, just gotta be really careful there. And another point, now I don't know, we probably won't have very many people lose power since we're not talking about freezing rain. That we had last year ice storm conditions in some cases. Really, that can cause ice to accumulate on the power lines, and you got to remember generator safety. Not so much maybe this year, but you still got to watch out. For people that could be impacted as we look ahead toward that holiday Monday tomorrow morning. Pets, plants, and pipes. Got to be very careful here with all that. Definitely trying to keep you up to date on all this. And let me go ahead and, this is an old forecast, but this tells you just the overall rainfall potential here. And we'll have to watch out maybe for some lingering moisture in the roads that could lead to some black ice. So, something to kind of be mindful of tonight. Probably not a big deal, but there could be a few puddles remain. We're going to get the freezing, so if we don't get the wind to come in enough, and we have a few puddles from rain or other, kind of precip that lingers, melted snow, then we could end up having some issues with that. So that's kind of the storyline there. Let me go ahead. We're going to start going into the camera shots now. I just wanted to kind of give you a big overview on everything that's happening. You see, we're getting snow reported at sites in the Funiac Springs and Chipley here in Florida. So let's start down here then, as we have folks, tuning on in this morning. I know we're trying to give you guys the very latest. I do see, as I'm switching to my other source here, we do have a question from Justin talking about, was it sowing some for Stark for snow today, getting, to be a very, very unlikely proposition here, very unlikely to occur as we're looking here around Stark today. Unfortunately, maybe a rogue tiny flurry mixing in, but the chances keep dropping for any snow here around Stark. So just something to kind of touch on. But as we look further off toward, the west here, we are watching the snow here this morning, and that is something, worth noting here for sure, as we give you guys the very latest on the weather situation. So let me go ahead. We're gonna pull up some cameras here. We're gonna pull up some cameras. I've been alluding to it for a little while, but I wanted to kind of get into all the details here as people are tuning in, so we kind of get through everything. But it's looking pretty interesting there right now around that Defuniak Springs area there along I-10. This is the thing about having these cameras here during the day here, folks. We didn't have this, because we had to wait, to come on to kind of conserve energy last year, because we had to track this all the way through the night as things evolve, the winter weather and the ice conditions and the like, and all the way into the early morning we had a little flurries. But this is gonna be something we can see live on these cameras here. Hopefully, we were going to see a bunch of views here over the next few hours, and we're going to start off here at Defuniak Springs right now. This is Florida snow here. You see it accumulating in the median, not so much on the pavement, and that's what we want to see. We do not want it to accumulate on the pavement, but it's accumulating there on the grassy surfaces. This is in the Defuniak Springs live on the Florida 511 camera perspective here, telling that story, giving you guys the very latest here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. So, you don't see this often. It's not like last year, sure, but this is still enjoyable. This is still something to see, something to never forget. Florida snow here, live on the air this morning. This is very, very exciting stuff here, folks, as we're giving you guys the very latest on all this. I know, they're an hour earlier out there. They're around 7:13. We're here in the Eastern Time Zone at 8:13, just to clarify that real quick as we give you guys the very latest. But we're going to move off of this for a moment here as we give you guys the very latest on things here, as we keep you guys informed on the ongoing situation. So, again, this is, not like a tornado situation. This is a lot better than that. Complete opposite, a complete 180 from that, as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. Again, this is, fun stuff to be tracking for sure in toward the weather center. So, again, this is, really exciting here this morning. And I wish we had it here around Stark. It's not going to happen though. If we get, road flurry, we'd be really lucky here. We'd be really lucky to get what we had last year, which was almost nothing. Probably going to get no snow here, unfortunately. Here we're at Bradford across our covered area, but it's a different story for a lot of zones. As I was showing you on the maps there, it was a covered area where, I had all the counties, and then the one zone in the yellow and the underline, that's where we had the alerts. By the way, almost 2 inches of snow accumulated there around Dale County there in Alabama. That's now being reported on in here, being reported on in as we're looking and as we're tracking things. As I pull this on up here, you see some of the different reports. I know we have the METARs, but in the actual reports there, the flake and then the numbers, we have that 1.5 actually refers to 1.8 there. 1.8 inches there around the community of Dill, according to a trained weather spotter in Dale County, Alabama. We have 1 inch there around New Brockton there in Coffee County, Alabama. So definitely kind of giving you guys that storyline here with what's going on, with what is happening. We're going to go ahead. I know we do see around freezing in Defuniak. That could start to lead to, the very back side. As it seems like we're getting a little bit more, cold air on the back end, might end up making the snow quarter a little bit smaller, but actually letting the stick just a little bit more possibly, as you get toward that freezing point, running a little below on some of the areas of what we were anticipating with the temperatures, which is interesting. But again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here I know. Thought that might happen to some degree, maybe not, quite that much, but just, when you already have the snow, we saw this last year when we had the snow on the ground, things were cooler than what the models were showing. We had just extremely cold temperatures in some spots last year that, in these snow areas that, the models weren't necessarily picking up on, but as we look further off toward the east, I want to look there around the Abana area around I-10. We're going to see some more snow flurries now and snow as we move out further east of Boniface between Defeniac Springs and Chipley on this map, closer though to Chipley than Defeniac Springs. As I go ahead and show you this live now, this live look at things as we track them here live on the air. You can kind of see what we're talking about. We can see what's going on here. By the way, if you missed something in my coverage, I know you can't back it up on some of the platforms, but you can on YouTube. So if you're just tuning in and want to see, as I kind of went over more of the details here, and I'm getting more of the cameras, went over the forecast of quite a bit of stuff earlier on in the video, you can back it up on YouTube there at Clouds Weather, youtube.com/@CloudsWeather. But we're looking there in toward the Bonifay area along I-10. This is west of our coverage area, but Florida snow, accumulating snow doesn't happen often, and to catch it live on camera in the daylight, we gotta, mark this occasion by showing this live here to the viewers on the air. This is, very exciting stuff, obviously, as we look and as we track things here this morning. I know this is I-10 there. We're looking around mile marker 111 there. State Road 79 as well. I mean, this is live. It's not quite like a snow globe. Not quite like last year. Granted, that was, very, very dangerous how things set up last year. But this is fun. This is Florida snow here. You just don't see this every day or every year. It doesn't happen like this, but we're watching it live right now there, in some of the different areas there. Of the region there, looking toward the Chipley, Bonifay area. This is more toward Bonifay right now on the Florida 511 live perspective. So this definitely does tell the story. Sunshine State snow here for the second year in a row. Again, that was a live look at things. I know they're in the central time zone out there. Let me see if I can pull up. I know we'll be able to pull up some more. Not quite as much demand in the system, I don't think, as last year. That was, it was on a, weekday evening with the summer type. We had a blizzard warning in Louisiana. This is not, quite like last year, but still a big deal, obviously, with this winter weather. But able to get these cameras up here. Let me go ahead and we're going to get closer to Chipley. We're on mile marker 120 on I-10. Let me go ahead and say this one. This is a pretty dramatic, shot comparatively even to some of the others. A little grainy, but you can make some snow out here very clearly as we look here on this live shot there on I-10. Again, another Florida 511 camera perspective here as we look and as we track things here this morning, as we give you guys the very latest on the situation. Again, trying to keep you guys informed here, trying to keep you guys up to date. Definitely intriguing to say the least. You can see how the weather, is looking like snow. That's exactly what's happening around Chipley right now. Looks like Christmas. We're a little beyond that, but we're looking live here around Chipley there, as we're tracking things around I-10, that snow there, live on the air in Florida. Just, something you don't, ever think about happening, here in Florida. It happened last year, though, and it's happening again this year, and we're watching it live as it happens here on Clouds Weather. So, a very dramatic, shot, considering this is Florida. If you're up north, it's not that big of a deal. And last year it actually would have been a big deal, even up north, because of how bad things were. But, this is not, compared to up north, a big deal maybe, but for people in Florida, Georgia, Alabama, this is a big deal here. So, again, that is around Chipley there. Let me go ahead and we'll shift off of this camera here for the time being. And we're just trying to keep you up to date, obviously, on all this. Trying to keep you informed. We'll move closer to the east now. I know Mariana is not showing snow on this, but let me check the METAR It says rain still, but we can tell maybe by the camera here. I'll try to get in between on I-10. So, we get off there, toward 231. We'll pull up a camera there. I'll pull up a camera there and see what it looks like. Different vantage points. It looks like some flurries, yeah. Not as dramatic. I don't know if we've had much accumulation of any even on the grassy surfaces yet. But as we get off toward 231 there, let me pull this on up. If you look real close, it looks like some snow flurries in there, but they're a lot less dramatic so far. This is going to change for Jackson County there, west of our area here in the Florida Panhandle over the next little bit. So that's something we're monitoring, obviously. We have the daylight. We didn't have that for our area for the most part last year, maybe at the very beginning and the very end. But, this time we have the daylight for a few hours here, so we can see all these cameras. There's more of them, too, than last year. So we're showing you, these are flurries here. This is closer, to Mariana, but not quite in Mariana. It's, as you're getting off there, to 231, one of the different methods anyway to do that. There in the Florida Panhandle. So, again, trying to give you guys the very latest there on this as we give you this live, view here, this live viewpoint. Again, special live coverage here on Cloud Weather this morning. We're seeing how the conditions are evolving as they happen live. Again, this is, for the most part, you gotta be careful, but this is generally a happy weather situation, not normally, the case when we're in extended coverage here and the like. I know 231 takes you to Cottondale and the like, as you can get off there, obviously, and get further on up. There's some different ways to do it. You can get to Mariana and the like, to kind of merge over, but we're looking a little bit off toward the west there. With the overall situation. So, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Just trying to keep you guys informed. And getting even closer to Mariana there. We do see some of the flurries from the south at mile marker 136 along I-10 as well. So let me go ahead and pull this up here. We're going to go ahead and pull this up as we look further off toward the east. You can kind of see what we're talking about here with some of those flurries. You have to look closer, though, on this side here as we give you guys the latest here on the ongoing situation. So, again, definitely, showing these views to you. But you see the flurries here. More Florida snow. Granted, this is not quite like what we had around Defuniak Springs. We're still a little bit warmer in Mariana. The update there was 36 degrees there at the Mariana Municipal Airport there in Jackson County at about the 7:08 their time. Light rain was reported then. We have the winds that were up there out of the north-northwest at 11 knots. So about 15 miles an hour or so. That wind chill there at 27.5. So definitely, feeling chilly. Make sure you're bundling up if you're out looking at the snow. Maybe you want to wear those gloves. I don't want to get sick here. A lot of people have been getting sick here, lately, and, don't want to add to it with the cold temperatures of being out in the wintry weather. You want to enjoy it, but you do want to stay warm, obviously. So, something to bear in mind there for sure. As we go ahead and continue along here, as we give you guys the very latest on the situation, let me go ahead and we're going to go ahead and move off of this viewpoint right now. Let me go ahead and move the radar over just a little bit here. We're zooming out some. You see how that snow tries to progress. And we'll try to move into Gadsden County, our covered area, to see if we have anything. I kind of doubt it. Let me look at my correlation coefficient product on other source. I'm just going to look. I mean, it's possible maybe on the far western cameras we have some flurries mixing in. So let me go ahead and see what we can kind of gather here on these different viewpoints. On these different views. Let me just go ahead and see what I can kind of find as this situation does evolve here. as we give you guys the latest updates. Let me check mile mark 165, that area. We're going to go ahead and pull that on up right now. And it looks like mostly rain is what I'm seeing out toward Gaston County, 41 in Quincy. Of course, it's not all about the surface temperature. The actual temperature aloft. You look at QTs and the like, and kind of tell that story. But as we give you guys the latest, but you can see here, this looks like mostly rain. Maybe there's a few flurries mixing in, but I'm not really seeing it right now on this camera view. The rain, you see to that. The snow, you really don't. We're mainly seeing through this. I know it's landing on the camera, but you see, also that time tells you with the, top right time on the camera. We're in Eastern Time Zone in Gadsden County there, and the like as you make that shift. But again, this is on Flat Creek Road there, I-10 there. As we look and as we track things this morning, as we give you guys the very latest on what is happening, just very important, to watch, but also can be fun here at times as well. So again, just going through all the different data points here in the Weather Center. Let me see if there's any updates from the Weather Service offices here in the last few minutes. I know we had 1/2 inch of snow measured there on the Phoenix Springs based off a social media measurement there. It was a picture there via social media of measurement, apparently, is what they're saying here from the Weather Service. So 1/2 inch of snow there, according to Train Weather Spotters information there around the Phoenix Springs. We're seeing some of that here live for you. Measured snow in Florida. 2nd year in a row out there. Not happening toward Gadsden County here on this view right now, though. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. Let me see what else we have for you. We should have plenty more views, but I think for now we're going to try to switch over to the Georgia cameras. As we get up there toward the Peach State, I want to kind of give you that viewpoint here some, for those just tuning on in here. And the like. I know we're just trying to keep you guys up to date on everything here in the weather world. Just trying to check on some different things here, trying to keep you guys up to date on the overall meteorological scenario. Sifting through a lot of things here, obviously. Let me real quick go over to some of the other products here, some of the different systems that we have, which seem that we're seeing a transition maybe a little bit further east than what some of the maps are indicating. So closer to Albany is where it would seem, based on see all the certain hydrometeors. Now there's one view, but this says a little further east. You see this here? This indicates different types of precip in general, the switch. This is all uniform. This is probably all snow back out in here, around Cuthbert and Dawson and Morgan and Blakely there this morning. Hydrometeors, just different types, of things here that are falling as we're looking. I know we have a hydrometeor classification we can use as we look and as we track things here. Trying to give you guys the very latest. I know there's one look at that. I don't normally say this on the air. It can be kind of confusing. Not always right either. I can tell it's not completely right, but it kind of, you have the transition there when we have the rain shifting over to snow here and the like, and it should be happening close there toward Albany in the Dougherty County area. So let me see what we have on some of the cameras for the west, though. There's not as many we can see in Georgia, especially in some of these rural areas, but where we have this shift here from rain to snow, and then you have all snow further off. We're going to show you some of these viewpoints here this morning as we keep you guys up to date on the ongoing scenario. So, again, just one man band going through everything here for you. Going through everything here for you on all of our different platforms. Trying to keep you guys up to date. I appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. We're on all the different platforms: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch there. Cloudweather.com has the different links. You have Radar, some other pools as well. We're at the bottom of the hour. We're continuing our live coverage here on clouds weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back with you, continuing here at the bottom of the hour. We have this winter storm warning here we have in play. Some of these counties that are seeing that winter storm warning are getting the full brunt of the precip right now. Let me go ahead and, we're continuing to watch things. We're continuing to track them, obviously, here in toward the Weather Center. I know not everybody will be up on a Sunday morning wanting to watch winter weather coverage. If you're not in it around, areas Jacksonville, probably not going to really see anything at all. But it's a different story in some of those impacted zones here. As we say, this is where we have the winter storm warning in play here. This is one view of it. Let me do something else. I haven't shown you this morning. So let me go ahead and pull it up. I mean, I had it underneath something, but we're going to see the winter storm warning from another perspective as well. Let me switch off of graphics. I know this is an impactful event. Holmes and Jackson, and then, in southeast Alabama and in southwest, getting further across, you almost call it south central Georgia around like Turner County, and then getting into areas further up, Americus, Cordell, Macon, and the like, with some of the snow here this morning. That's where the winter storm warning. I have the advisory turned off on that. You do see some freeze warnings for tonight for the southeast, but see where that winter storm warning goes. That's where the biggest threat is. And in our area, it's these zones here from Turner, Worth, off toward the west. We cover out toward Quitman, Clay in Georgia, Early, and Miller. We cover, it's a little confusing, I know. We have a Clay, Georgia under a winter storm warning, but we also cover Clay, Florida. Not going to get anything wintry there. It doesn't seem in Baker, Georgia, we cover under this warning, but Baker, Florida is not going to really get anything wintry there. We also do have a winter weather advisory here in play. As I go back over to our other source here and see that this is our area with all the different counties noted here. All the different counties noted on the screen, but the ones that are underlined here and, highlighted, that's where the advisory is. Winter weather advisory, some light, wet snow expected today, heavy snow possible, and maybe even in some cases ongoing in the other areas here. So, that's what we have, actual, snow ongoing there as we're looking towards some of these different zones, and impactful in some cases here as we look and as we track things. So again, continuing to give you the latest on all this, continuing to keep you updated. We were, as we were approaching the bottom of the hour, I talked about we we're going to get some camera views. So let's go ahead and try to do some of that here as we're looking at things and as we're giving you guys the very latest on the overall scenario. So let's look out toward Cuthbert there if we can. I know this is why I was hesitating on some of these Georgia cameras. I don't want to load in the system. But okay, so we can't pull that one up, unfortunately. I know Americus. I'm going to try that area. There's several cameras maybe that we can get a feed on up there. It's just north of our area, but we're looking like maybe some, maybe heavier snow coming down there. Yeah, really. Wow. Okay, we're going to pull up. This is just north of our area in Sumter County, Georgia there. Not Sumter, Florida. We don't cover either Sumters. But as we go, officially, of course, we'll talk about things as needed. But as we go ahead and we'll pull up this view now. This is a live Georgia 5-1 view there as we're looking at things around America. So this is live looking Americas. You see, it looks like, that fogginess, that, very reduced visibility. This is not something you really see around here very often. I think that's pretty, dramatic shot there as we're looking at things. You see right on the, curves there and those elevated surfaces. You see where the snow is accumulated, not so much on the road. Temperature-wise right now in Americus there, we are sitting around, wow, we're almost right at 32 now. That's cause for concern a little bit, to be completely honest with you. I don't think the models were quite picking up on some of these getting closer toward freezing. We may start to see, granted we were so warm yesterday, but some of these pavement temperatures may start to get closer to freezing and actually see some accumulation on the pavement here, as this is, something that's kind of a little further west. We're getting the cold to get even colder in some of these areas. We're not getting to progressing as much with the wintry weather probably to the east is what we thought, but the areas that get this are getting more impact. Some of these are west and north of our area, or even west, of our area, just due west, even, I mean, into Florida. But this is Georgia here. This is America. So this is a pretty dramatic shot here on the Georgia 501 camera, telling that weather story there. This is State Road 3 / MLK Jr. Boulevard at State Road 27 / Spring Street there. This is really, an interesting shot. It's foggy looking, that reduced visibility. I mean, on the observation, they say fog, and it's only 1/4 of a mile the visibility in Americus right now. These are almost, not quite maybe, but let me check the definition. I was going to say almost whiteout conditions, but it's not something we're used to talking about around here. So let me see what the definition of that is. Bear with me, as we're tracking things. I know it's when visibility drops near 0. So, we're kind of, on the edge of that. This is maybe not the best time to be traveling right now in some of these spots with this, you see some visibility, you might be all right, especially if you're from up north and you're used to this. There's not that many folks on the road. It's a Sunday morning or a holiday weekend. Some folks maybe, heading to church and the like. But, it could be worse, but this is something. It's not, it's not an ideal look here. Again, around Americus there. This is a live look at the weather situation there. So, okay, I'm going to see if we can pull up some more camera views now. Again, that's up there. You see where Americus is. That's Sumter County, Georgia, and they're observing heavy snow. Yeah, that's what caught my eye too. That darker, blue there. We don't see that hardly ever around here. Almost like if we didn't have these warnings, maybe have a snow squall warning, which we don't get those around here. If you didn't already have the winter storm warning, that's what we're kind of seeing here. A lot different than last year. It was a lot more prolonged event. This is a lot quicker, but a pretty heavy snowfall event there right now in that area here on this holiday weekend. Okay, another camera view there. Let me go ahead, and this really shows how, you have the elevated surfaces really getting into that snow there right now in towards Sumter County. So, again, it's live camera view on the Georgia 511 viewpoints here that we are, have available to us. We do have, available to us. This is State Road 27 / State Road 30 at Tripp Street / Crawford Street. And you can see how on the road you don't have the snow too much, even though we're right almost about 32 there. Again, a little bit cooler and some colder than what we're thinking. Some spots you see how the snow has really accumulated in the sidewalks, it looks like here, and the like, in toward the Americus, Georgia area in South Georgia. Again, this is a live view of the situation. Live snow here as we look toward parts of South Georgia. So 8:38 right now is that time as I go ahead and keep looking here at some more information. We're just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what is happening, obviously. We have folks just waking up. If you're on Stark Gainesville, don't, expect any snow today. You need to get west quick. You got to be careful, too, if you do it. But, you got to get west quick if you want to see snow, as we're looking and as we're tracking things, get north maybe, depending on how you're trying to get to it. But, as we go ahead and look here, you can see this is another view from America. It's more of that snow there, telling that story. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on that. Let me go ahead. I know we need to get back into our area a little bit more, even with some of these here. It's just some of those, a little bit more available with more population there too. But in our area here, we have Quitman County. We have snow coming down there. We have areas around Cuthbert there getting into that snow. We're talking about Randolph County, of course, there. Dawson and Terrell County getting some snow on the METAR reported there right now for sure. So definitely telling that story. You have some of that shift over there as we look. Okay, we do have a view out of Randolph County. So let me go ahead and, sometimes, a little more hit and miss. But we do have a view out of the Cuthbert area, Randolph County. We have one view available to us, so let's go ahead and take that here live right now. This is in our area, technically in our covered area in Cuthbert. You see that snow here, State Road 1 / US 27 there. As we look there live, you can see that's at State Road 50 / US 82. You see how the snow not so much on the road, but it is on the elevated surfaces, sidewalks there. Just the different kind, not the actual, road type pavement here, but on the different, other types of concrete. You see how the snow is accumulated here this morning in Randolph County around the Cuthbert community in southwestern Georgia. So definitely telling that weather story here as we look live at this situation here, as we give you guys the very latest there. This is a live view out of the Cuthbert community there in Randolph County, live, local, at least in our 62 counties. We cover 62 counties, at least in that regard, as I see the area we're in Bradford, watching things for the 62 counties. This is, Cuthbert. This is areas there in Randolph County, and this is live, officially local snow here, live on the air here. We had it live on the air last year. We have live local snow here, second year in a row. We never really had any of this the first, 4 or 5 years of cloud weather, and then now we've had it here 2 years in a row. Not to the extent of last year, but still noteworthy here for sure. A live look here at this Georgia 511 camera. So again, trying to give you the look at that. That's Cuthbert there in Randolph County, live local snow to tell you that, to show you with the visual there for sure. So again, just trying to keep you up to date. You see Leesburg, it shows rain on this map. Well, this is why it's important to have cameras. We're seeing some snow now that hadn't really accumulated as much on the elevated surfaces, but we're going to see Lee County now. A live look at Leesburg. I started doing correlation coefficient, how things were a little east of how our radars interpreting things, and that's exactly the case. This is Lee County, Georgia here, folks. Excuse me. You can see State Road 3 / US 19 at Dawson Road there. This is live local snow in Lee County, Georgia, around the Leesburg community. Snow happening, winter storm warning happening. This is not going to be near as bad as last year. Don't get me wrong. We're not going to have the ice. We're above freezing right now, 38 in Albany. But this is still noteworthy here. As we're looking live snow there in Lee County, Georgia, on this Georgia 511 perspective, this GDOT camera, Georgia Department of Transportation camera. Now you can go to their interactive maps in Florida and Georgia and look at these cameras, live. If you want to look at a different one, some of them, maybe you can't get up, at a certain moment, or some areas don't have them, but we're trying to tell them to you live. You can sit right here and watch the views here live. This looks a little more, in this view right now, it's pretty heavy looking. This is almost like a winter wonderland. You don't see it as much yet on the elevated surfaces, but this is Lee County, Georgia here, live snow on the air here, telling that weather story visually here. The snow happening. It is, a situation of, if it's a forecast, it's 1 to 2 inches with isolated areas up to 3 within the winter storm warning area today. And really just this morning is what we're talking about, the next few hours. Right now, though, is when it's, happening, in some cases here. You can see as people are trying to make their trek through it. So you can kind of see, again, this is a GDOT camera there. In Lee County, Georgia, live Georgia snow, live on the air as it's happening. Let me go ahead and move away from that view right now. We'll go ahead. I was, Dawson Road there and the like. Let me go ahead and see what we can find. That's interesting, and it kind of shows you how things can shift. And sometimes the angles and the cameras can do it too. But just south, I know we were looking at some of these for hail a few weeks ago, but State Road 3 in Lee County, at State Road 33 / Glendale Drive / Forester Drive, you're seeing some of it, but it's not near as well defined on this camera view yet. As we're looking and as we're tracking things, you can kind of see it, but it's not anything like what we had on the other camera view. You can kind of make out some flurries, but that just to the north. I mean, if you go not that far up north, they're in Lee County, closer into Leesburg versus, getting down a little bit closer more toward Albany. There's a difference here, but, just interesting to see that contrast there as we have that shift over happening, for sure. But it's taking its time in some of these different locations here. That's why it's so important to have live cameras. And in fact, though, another thing important to have is the correlation coefficient. Let me see if I'm going to shift some stuff over here. And we're going to go to another source now, a radar scope source. I'll take this live. And you can kind of see this indicates the different hydrometeor classifications. So back out behind this line that I'm going to go ahead and draw for you, the indication on here based on radar would be this, wherever the precip is until it stops, which it will, it's not a huge corridor, but it's still there. All this back out in here is snow. This is, the sift over in the precip and or rain as we're looking, but that's kind of your rain snow line right now. You can see how our indicators are not necessarily snow, but up north they are. You can see our snow indicator there in Lee County, Georgia. Again, this right here should all be snow as it is falling. So I'm going to kind of make that notation on the screen because we use this more in severe weather, but I want to kind of, make that notation for everybody watching that it's that snow there. It's the different type of hydrometeors, that are falling here. You kind of have to shift over here in between the more rain off toward the east, but off toward the west, if you have a tornado, well, you see debris, a blue speck. Well, that's not what we're dealing with here. We can use the same product for winter weather, especially if it's not. Last year's a little bit tougher because we had different kinds. Was it sleet? Was it ice? Well, this is mainly just snow here, and you can see that shift over line where I showed it to you live on the air. Behind that is mainly snow. Let's see our other product here. It's a little bit behind, but not much here. But you can kind of see as we're looking, as we're tracking, it's pretty close in line with it as we give you the very latest here on the situation. So again, trying to keep you up to date on all that here as we are live on the air. These indicators here, they say mixed rain, but all out there toward Lee County, snow reported. We showed it to you live just a moment ago on the different camera angles there and the like there in Lee County. So yeah, you can kind of see it as it's happening there, as it is ongoing, as things are evolving. These are some helpful camera shots for sure. We're just going through everything. Let's go ahead and keep on looking at some things here with you guys. I'm going through the different sources here, going through the different informational sources here at home. These can be very helpful, obviously. These can be very helpful there. And Weather Service talking about monitor briefly heavy snow, some areas there, around like Ebro, Florida, about 20 minutes ago. Snowflakes may mix in ahead of the big band, but moving east-northeast. So, this is almost, not quite, it's a little bit bigger than that, but almost like a snow squall here like you always see in the Midwest and Northeast and the like. But this is, a little bit bigger than that, and that's why we have winter storm warning. It's not something, you're accustomed to seeing around here like they are. They have different alerts for that, but again, around here, this is a bigger, time situation, so not just a winter storm warning, but this is a very interesting event. I know some folks, some meteorologists are comparing this to 2018, not the early event, but another event in 2018 that was about this time of year. Definitely, Albany had some of that accumulate, but they were above freezing. And, that definitely, does seem to be a good comparison here, a good comparison point. So as we go ahead and continue to give you guys the latest here, let me go ahead and keep on looking, keep on tracking. We're going to check our views on the camera. We're going to check the radar view here. You see the white and the gray, the snow there, and you might be wondering, like we just had 60s and 70s yesterday. Well, I said the snow's happening. Granted, it's not going to make it maybe as further, as further east as, maybe not going to be quite as far as we thought, but still, some areas are actually going to get a little bit more here in the western and northern zones. Some areas in Florida have been getting snow, as we've been alluding to, but let's see what other cameras we can see here right now. We're going to go ahead and see what we can come up with here. I know Blakely, they are getting into it. They've been getting into it there for a little while. Let's take you out to Early County and a live look at this Georgia 511 camera there. This Georgia 511 camera there, you see in front of that pharmacy there, you see the snow. Some of the areas that hadn't accumulated as much. We are at 32 now there. That's something that, again, a little bit, the models, I was a little bit wondering about that, but they were a good few degrees ahead of it. We've dropped colder than expected in some of these areas, so some of this could stick a little bit more. You see it on the top of the traffic lights there. You see that snow there in toward Blakely there, in toward Early County. So again, this is live, live Georgia snow. Something, here in our area, we don't, we have had it now 2 years in a row, but before that, you have to go back to 2018 where we had two events pretty quick back to back, different areas in some ways, where they happened, but this is not for your occurrence. We got to, talk about it as it's happening live. We're live. We're in alert mode. We have a winter storm warning for some of these different spots here in the viewing circle. So, again, we're trying to keep you guys up to date here on the latest. We're on cloudy weather with the coverage. We're, in this 8:30 half hour, and we're giving you guys the very latest here. You see some of those. If you look top right there, you see some of the snow accumulated on the bushes there. You see it on the car in that parking lot. Some, if you look real close as well. This is Early County. This is, off toward the east-northeast, or maybe even just call it northeast of Dothan. This is west-southwest, or probably just call it southwest of Albany. Pretty good ways for both, as we're looking at things here and as we're tracking things. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date there. I guess southwest probably a better indicator of Blakely compared to Albany, but you get the idea as we're looking and as we're tracking things here live on the fly. So again, you can kind of see here what we're looking at. Again, a live look here in southwest Georgia, live snow, Georgia 511 perspective. Again, that's Blakely. You see it on the radar. You see the METAR indicated. They're at 32 degrees there in that area. Okay, here's another look real quick. We'll pull up another view from the Blakely community right now. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here, trying to keep you guys up to date, obviously, on the situation. We're going to go ahead and shift over to that now. You can see how it's not on the pavement as much, but in that, yard there, maybe of a business it might be even. It is a business as I look more closely at it. It looks like some grass may be in that, as we're kind of looking. Not 100% sure, but, you see that accumulation, whatever it is, that elevated surface is seeing that snow. It's accumulating on that there in toward that area. So, again, a live look here at this area, at Early County, Blakely area, as we're pretty much in wall-to-wall coverage of this scenario. It's different than last year. It was so long we couldn't really do that. We were on the stream, but this is a lot more confined time period, and we're watching live Georgia snow as it happens in our southwestern Georgia communities here. Blakely, seeing that snow as it happens here live really does tell the story off this GDOT camera. You see the car, it just came through with that snow on the roof there as we were talking about what happened here yesterday and beforehand. Even in the updates, we said it would be like that, and that's what's happening here. Another car, there you go. Watch it come through that roof of the car. The snow accumulating, not as much on the pavement now because we've been above 32. We're starting to get closer to that, though, which is something to monitor as we go ahead and keep you guys up to date here. Again, it's based on the atmospheric profile aloft. You're wondering, how do you get snow above freezing? Well, it's because of the profile that is aloft here as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things. And if you're, below freezing aloft, now I'll see a graphic on this, but it doesn't, the surface temperature, normally you don't get snow, you know, or below 32 there, uh, you know, or excuse me, you don't normally get snow when you're at or above 32 as much, at the actual surface versus when you're below it. But it does happen, as we look here and as we track things, you can see that indicator there. It's about the precipitation. Last we had the different shifts in it, but I don't have the skew T up, but if you look at that, it would be continuous to almost the bottom. Then you start to have that shift over, but by then it's already too late to switch over from snow because the whole corridor above's been so cold aloft that we're below freezing in that. So just another way to look at things here for sure, as we keep you guys up to date here on this weather situation. So just trying to keep you informed here on this winter weather scenario. The Sunday morning is January 18th, 2026. Here live for you guys, keeping you guys up to date here on what is happening. Very important here to be mindful of what is going on in the ongoing situation. So again, trying to stay on top of all this here for you. Let me go ahead and see what else we might have here in terms of more camera shots, more visuals here to kind of, help you guys understand the situation. I'm going to pull up some more of them here. I know I've been around Blakely and Early County with some of these. We're just kind of trying to get an idea. I'm going to pull up one more from there right now, where it tells a story as well. So let me go ahead and see this door to 511 perspective there. You can see it accumulating on the shrubbery there. The snow live here. State Road 1 business / US 27 business at State Road 62 / Columbia Street there in Blakely area there in Early County. Again, a live look at what is happening, as it's occurring here. People seeing impacts. For whatever reason, I don't know if that car just came out of the garage. We don't see as much on that roof there right off maybe as it comes on through. This one, you're not going to make it out because it's a white truck. But, just kind of interesting there as some of the different views of the situation allude to the actual winter weather on this Sunday morning here, telling that weather story with this winter storm warning in effect. Again, we are, had that upgrade late last night, early this morning. We posted about it on the different platforms. We thought it might happen. There's a chance, in these areas, we could get an isolated 3-inch total, 1 to 2 inches most likely, though, in the corridor, but isolated 3 inches of possibility. So again, we're just trying to keep you guys up to date here as this happens, as the situation does continue to evolve. We're watching there. Some of the vehicles, for whatever reason, you don't show it as much. You don't see it as much here, just knowing some of the roofs as we saw on some of the other views here. But again, it could just be people just leaving their houses, not being on the road as long here. Maybe just headed out to church, something like that. That is definitely a possibility. So again, we're trying to keep you guys up to date here. We're getting close to the top of the hour. We're just, watching this winter storm warning, of course, as the different areas get impacted. So important to be mindful of all this. 32 or so around Blakely, so we get a little bit cooler. See, Albany's now to 33, so we're going to have to watch that here, see how that evolves. Again, we're not talking about ice mixing it as much. That's good. But if you get below freezing, it's going to stick to the road some. The surface temperature is a little bit, we had warm weather yesterday, so it'd be a little harder. But still, we were not quite expecting these. And, sometimes even the cold, coming in so quick, though, and the snow coming down, it keeps things cold and it pushes the temperatures further down. The interacts, and I think the cold's coming in quicker than expected too, and we're now down to 31 around Eufaula, so below freezing there as they're on the back side of the snow there. a little bit quicker with that cold on the backside than anticipated, maybe, is something I'm noting at least. So that's something to watch closely. But this is another view live in Early County there, a GDOT camera, telling that weather story. So let me go ahead and keep on checking things here. Keep on monitoring things. I'm trying to keep you guys up to date. I know this is looking down to the road, but it does say the snow. It's going to be Miller County, so it's there around the community of Colquitt. I'll go ahead and let me just show it to you real quick on the map first, because I don't want to confuse anybody at home when I'm doing this. Let me go ahead. This is Miller County, so that's where I'm looking now with the camera, off camera. But I'm about to put it on the screen now. I'm about to put it on the screen, but first off, it's 9 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and, recap some things very quickly here at the top of the hour. So again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here in the Word of Weather Center. We're monitoring things very carefully with this winter weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Okay, so we're continuing to track the situation, of course. We're in alert mode. We have a winter storm warning for some of our different communities here, as we're tracking things, in the Ward, the Weather Center, watching things, as they happen. Miller County is one of those spots, including Colquitt, where there's a winter storm warning, and it does kind of look like it here, as we're going to show you that visual right now there in toward Colquitt County. So again, we're continuing along here with the very latest. You can see what is happening here on Cloud Weather at 9 a.m. You can see watching the viewpoint here of the snow. You can see the wintry weather is not accumulating much on the pavement, but you can kind of see it in front of the side. It's, not the most optimal view, but it does help us some. That's Miller County and the community of Colquitt, live from the GDOT camera there on that GDOT camera network. So again, you see that wintry weather on this view. You see some of the yellows indicating this is not this light snow here. That's something that's pretty impressive, quite honestly, here to have. Where, the way this is setting up, these are some pretty heavy snow, rates, and that's probably helping to drop the temperature some too, besides the cold air that's coming in on the back side here. Those winds coming out of the northwest, I would call it there, as we give you guys the very latest. I know officially, looking at some of the different METARs here and the like. And working with West for Mariana is what they're saying with the observation here. So again, that wintry weather coming on in here this morning, giving you guys the latest on that. Let me see other cam reviews here. As we have them available, we'll pop those up. Just always interesting to get a live shot here. Okay, we have Seminole County. So Seminole County around Donaldsonville, there's snow as well right there. You see where that is. Just north and west, a little bit of Bainbridge there, give or take. We're going to go ahead and see State Road 38/3rd Street at State Road 91/Whaley Avenue there. We're going to pull this view up right now here as the situation is ongoing. There you go. As this situation does evolve here, you can see what is happening, what we're dealing with here with this live view. This is Donaldsonville and Seminole County. There's a winter weather advisory in effect for you. In general, 1-inch totals would be more likely there in the winter weather advisory zone. So again, this is more, a lot more of a progressive, a lot quicker movement, than what we saw here last year. It's more like a squall line and severe weather in some ways, which is very interesting, in that regard here. We're just trying to, give you a live look here of what's happening. This is a live look off the GDOT camera in toward Georgia there, Georgia 511 perspective. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on what is happening with this winter storm. These winter storm conditions. So again, winter storm warning here in effect. That's, what is happening. It's a lot quicker movement than last year. This is not prolonged over many hours. This is winter weather, like, you get a snow squall in the Midwest and the Northeast here. You get the snow squall warnings. They go off on the phone. Well, this one's, a lot more prolonged event, in terms of just the spatial coverage of it and the timeline, instead of like maybe 30 minutes, this is 3-4 hours. So that's why you get a winter storm warning effect. Instead, granted, it's not like an 18-hour event like what we had last year or something like that across the areas. This is going to be rain later, but this is Donaldsonville. This is west, northwest, northwest, whatever you want to describe it. Bainbridge there this morning. North and northwest, again, different descriptors. Let's just say northwest, to make it easy for everybody. But again, you can see what we're dealing with there around Donaldsonville. Again, definitely telling that weather story here live. So let me go ahead and move off of this view here for the time being. But that really helped to tell that weather story as we're looking there. Now, Decatur County and Bainbridge, though, well, it hadn't really switched over yet. I'm about to show you a view there. At least it doesn't look like it. Not so much there. Just off, not that far away. And that's Bainbridge there toward the G-Dot camera there, toward the 511 perspective. Telling that other story for everybody as the situation does evolve. So again, you can kind of see what we're dealing with on what we're tracking, trying to keep you guys up to date here. This is really helping to tell that story with this winter weather. This is, a winter weather advisory for them. I know we have the winter storm warning in the corner because it's, for many areas, that's the highest level of warning in effect. But for Bainbridge, what we're looking at right here, you're under a winter weather advisory to be precise. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. Again, trying to keep you guys informed. Again, updating you on this at 36, by the way, around Bainbridge right now, the Decatur County Industrial Airport. So, again, telling that weather, situation, for you here. These different indicators, so important to figure things out. But different there in Bainbridge compared to not that far away in Donaldsonville. As we look at things here on the fly, I mean, Donaldsonville to Bainbridge there, we're only looking at about 15 miles or so, give or take, as we look the distance between those two communities. So interesting here. I know. Let's see what else we might have. Should have plenty more here, as we go over the hours to come. I know, looking at Mitchell County, Georgia, looks like mostly just rain there right now on a camera, that I'm looking at here. I won't pull that one up since, it's a lot calmer when it's just rain versus snow, obviously, on the different views. But let's go back to Florida. Mariana's getting snow. That's west of our covered area, but let's say that on a view here right now. Let's see what we can, find with that. The radars are showing the snow coming on down there in Jackson County. And here we have some visuals to back that up here to some degree around mile marker 136. So getting back into the central time zone here for the moment, but we'll pull this up. You'll be able to see what's happening here, what is, occurring as it is ongoing there. And you'll be able to kind of see what we're talking about as we give you guys the very latest there. So this is a live look there. Interstate 10, you see that snow there. This is Jackson County. This is Mariana there, in toward the Florida Panhandle. Now, toward the Peniac Springs, they got a half-inch of snow measured according to some trained weather spotter information. Not as much here yet. Haven't really seen much of this accumulate yet in Mariana here, but we're watching as, things develop here moment by moment. So again, we're showing this to you. This is around mile marker 136 on Interstate 10. Let me go ahead and move away from this viewpoint right now as we continue to keep you guys up to date on all of this. We're going to go ahead and that winter storm warning there in Mariana. The second year in a row. Last year is more impactful than this, but still noteworthy, obviously, for sure, as we look at things and as we track things here this morning. So again, let me go back to the west a little bit. You know, some of these areas where we had this fall. I know, by the way, they're at 33 in Mariana, 33 at the Tri-County Airport there, you know, in the Bonifay-Chipley area. And speaking of areas a little bit further off toward the west, we're going to show you a view around Chipley right now if we can. Now we're going to pull that up there in just a second. As we look at things and as we track, we're talking about Holmes County, of course. As we get a little bit further off, some of these views, you know, don't show it as much as others here, but trying to kind of give you an idea of what's going on. Go to mile marker 116. It looks like we're already kind of, you know, slacking off on the snow. You can kind of see it maybe in some of the ditches there and the like, and not so much in the roads and somewhat in the center median. So let's pull this up here right now. We're going to go ahead and look at this viewpoint here. You can see how it's already starting to slack off there in parts of Holmes County there in the Florida Panhandle, west of the covered area. You can see just some really light snow flurries now if you look carefully. You can see some in the median that accumulated still sticking around, and some in the ditches there, but nothing, you know, just overwhelming here at this point. It's kind of slacking on off as things do evolve. So again, something to take note of there as we get further out toward the west, as things, you know, do wrap up pretty quickly in some of these different instances. So again, let's go ahead and show you this viewpoint here on the Doppler. Let me go ahead and, you know, we're just going through everything here with you in the Weather Center. Of course, we have this winter weather, but you see out here it's already slacking off in some of these areas closer toward Holmes County. They had a ½ inch of snow in Defeniak Springs. You can see how things, you know, around south of Macon, around Peach County, Georgia, around Byron, 2 inches of snow has fallen up there. So that's north of our area, but definitely does tell that weather story with how things are ongoing here this morning. A little bit more of a, you know, wider corridor maybe with that snow versus a little bit further off toward the south. And then we have that winter storm warning here locally in effect, some of these different areas here. You know, if you're just tuning in these pink zones here locally, it does go just west of Area 2, Mariana, but just looking at this alert area, it goes all the way up toward Macon and Warner Robins there as well. I know it's just always intriguing to watch the different, you know, things evolve as they progress here and the like. Definitely helpful to get an idea on all the, you know, different details by even running a loop on the radar, which I'm getting together right now. It's taking just a moment to load all that data in there, you know, but and also see some of the snowfall reports as well. But as things evolve here this morning, you know, at least some of them have been, you know, put in by the Weather Service offices. I know they're pretty busy, but we'll go ahead and I think we can go ahead and see that view here now. I'm going to switch it on over. So it's just, the loop is just wrapping on up there, and it's going to loop back through again here. You can see how the temperatures fall in some of these spots pretty rapidly even. I mean, you saw how quick it fell. Like from 39 to 32 around, you follow there pretty quick and now below freezing. So some of this air behind's being modified. That might, you know, it might keep the snow going even though we're seeing that corridor shrink. It might keep it going just a little bit further east. You know, the models have kept, you know, decaying it, but the way this is going, it is shrinking. You know, if you're in Tallahassee, I know you're probably wondering at FSU, FAMU, Tallahassee State College, you're going to see some snow. You know, you may be able to squeeze out some flurries here. It might look like what we saw there, you know, some of these views where it's just kind of not really much, you know, especially after the fact, but you might have a little bit there, you know, because some of these temperatures at the surface are dropping a little bit cooler than what some of the models had indicated here. as you just have such heavy rates here for that short period of time of the snowfall. Something, definitely that is interesting here to see here as things evolve. So this is loop, by the way. Let me look at our timestamps. This is a 4-hour loop. So 4-hour loop of how things have progressed here. The current frame, is the last frame here when this stops, at the end, and then it starts back over, as things are evolving here this morning. And we're still at 54 here east of Stark, so hope for any snow flurries around here. Very low. I mean, you really need to be kind of in this pattern, probably below 40. Occasionally you can have it just below 50, but this isn't a pattern for that. I mean, we were at 32 last year, and it's just about the profile we had just rain until we had the freezing rain when we got below 32, except for just a short period on a back edge there. And I say freezing rain is more, just slickness because of the rain that had already fallen. We dropped below freezing for a bit, but we had the snow flurries there and the like, those light flurries come through here on Stark last year. It was not much, if you blinked, you missed them. Probably more of those we had in 2010 in that event. Probably not going to have any today. That 2010 event was on a Sunday. The event last year, I believe that was a Wednesday. We had it here. But I don't think we're going to have any of that today. Maybe we'll get real lucky. But if you want to see snow, you got to be really careful. But you gotta get north and or west here very quickly. I would suggest more north. You can see how there's a bigger corridor of the white there as you look at the end here, as the situation does progress and as it does evolve here this morning. So again, we're watching things up and down this line. You see how Atlanta really hadn't got much there. But, closer towards central Georgia, it's a different story around Macon there. Central Georgia, as the situation does evolve, you can, the differentials and the like there, and it was funny because you watch coverage from across the country there too. You see all this snow around here, 2-3 inches some spots. Well, then the other areas can have a couple feet, and you're not going to have like continuous coverage because it's something that does happen around there. I mean, I would suggest to maybe for that much, but several inches you don't really have it as a big deal because people deal with it. Almost like rain. Well, this is not something we deal with around here very often. It's because we're not accustomed to it as often. It's rare. Not quite as crazy as last year, but still dramatic. Still snow on a Sunday morning. Here in parts of Florida, Georgia, southern Alabama. That does, not happen very much at all. So again, we're watching this here live. At least the kids are already out of school. I know it's been a little bit tough for some of these areas. I think some folks, would have really been erring on the side of just canceling for today so the kids could try to enjoy it, though. But we don't have to worry about that, for the most part. I mean, we have church and Sunday school and the like, but, in terms of public schools, primary, secondary schools, private schools, you're not dealing with that on a Sunday, on a holiday weekend. MLK Day weekend, folks really should be enjoying this. Be careful, of course. But you see how this strip of snow has been moving across here on this back side of the precip as that cold air has been edging on in to the picture here meteorologically. So, again, we're continuing to keep you up to date. Let me go ahead and get back. If you're just tuning in, I want to see where our winter storm warning is. If you weren't watching here earlier, you might not realize there is a winter storm warning here in play because that got issued late last night as we were looking at things, as we were tracking things here. But sure enough, that's, what happened here for some of our different counties, the impactful snowfall event here ongoing. I probably should go ahead and change that, but, ongoing here in these noted counties. And then, as we look here, light wet snow even in some of the other counties. We saw some of that even, in Seminole County even just a little while ago on one of the live Georgia cameras, but in Bainbridge, it was not happening, that point here just a little bit ago here, as we're giving you guys the very latest here on the weather situation. So, that's kind of the storyline with all that as we look at that information here with this winter weather situation. We're in Bradford, North Central Florida, so pretty far away even from the winter weather advisory. I know some spots that are actually under the winter storm warning though. The Macon, Warner Robins area. We haven't looked at those cameras here yet. That's not our area, but based on some of these totals I'm seeing, You know, there's seem like those might be some of the areas that get a little bit more. Let's see if we can pull up some cameras on the GDOT system from there. Give me a moment. I'm going to move my map around up toward that area. And I've been talking for a while. I've been on since about 7:40, wall to wall, with the latest on this ongoing weather situation. Again, we're just trying to see how things are evolving in some of these different communities. I'm going to see if we can pull some stuff up, maybe around Warner Robins. Let me see if I can find some of that here for you this morning. We look at some of the different cameras. Let me zoom in on the Doppler real quick. We'll zoom in on the Doppler here momentarily. You know, as the situation does kind of evolve, you'll be able to see what we're dealing with. Getting even tighter here. I know some of these different reports on the screen. 2 inches or so around Byron, Georgia. Noted there. Let me go ahead. I know this is not our area, but I know some people, you know, do have interest in that Houston County, Warner Robins area. So let me go ahead, you know, family up there as well, and I'll go ahead and show you here a view of Houston County right now. And you can see on the GDOT camera, State Road 247, see it. It looks like, I would guess that'd be Houston Lake Road then, since it is Houston County, that pronunciation. Pretty heavy here. I mean, the temperature right now on Warner Robins in terms of how this sticks or not, we're around 34, you know, 32 just north there at the Macon / Middle Georgia Regional Airport. Not seeing much stick on the road, but you see how that snow is coming down there on the, you know, on the elevated surfaces, on the car tops, roofs, hoods of the cars. You can see that as people are riding about. You know, not like an ice storm where maybe less people are at home. I mean, there still would be less than normal maybe, but you see people out and about, so you can actually see the cars here too, and how they look with this winter weather situation. Again, this is around the Warner Robins vicinity there in north central Georgia here, as you know, multiple people, you know, in multiple communities, you know, many of them getting the different impacts here this morning. So let me, you know, see lights on obviously here in this type of weather, just like when rain, you know, or fog, you know, you want to be prepared with that. So want to be thinking about, you know, what you need to do and have, you know, that on. So again, just want to keep you guys up to date here. Just going through some things. I know you just got to be really careful. I know it's tricky because, you know, in rain, you know, you're accustomed to using the windshield wipers here, and then in the snow, though, that's a whole nother different texture, you know, of the, precip type, and it makes things difficult. As we go ahead and look at things, you see 3 inches there up toward Jasper County, Georgia, according to broadcast media, and they're still getting some snow there, so some of those totals will be even higher as we look ahead in toward the timeline up there. Americus, they're right at the freezing point, also seeing reduced visibility of a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. In Dawson, Albany, that 4-mile visibility right now, 4 miles in Camilla. It's 1 mile in Blakely. We're sitting there. I don't see a number in Bainbridge, but I'm sure, you know, snow's coming in, so probably dropping. Mariana's actually at 7 miles right now. Jackson County, just the rain, it's at 2.5 miles. Tallahassee at 4-mile visibility here at this hour. And I've been talking a while, you know, so sorry if I'm starting to kind of, you know, lose my voice a little bit here, but it's all about protecting you guys, you know, your friends, your family, in this ongoing weather situation, you know, informing you, your friends, and your family here this morning. So, again, trying to keep you guys up to date. We're in this 9 o'clock half hour. I've been talking continuous since about 7:40 this morning here as we keep you guys informed on this winter weather situation. So, just trying to let you guys know what's happening. You know, haven't had many big weather events lately. Last year, one of the biggest maybe the biggest locally was the winter storm. This one right now, this winter storm is probably the biggest local event this year, granted, still not compared, you know, to last year, all that big in comparison, but over the years, we don't get winter storms around here very much, so this is a big deal in that regard. I-75 around Cordell, some snow. Let's go ahead and see what we can find on some of these camera views around the Cordell area in that Crisp County area. Up I-75 is north of our area, but I've been showing you some of these views a little bit north of our area here this morning. Again, let's go ahead and let's see if we can put one on I-75 maybe. I saw one in town, but let's see if we can get one actually on the interstate. That might be helpful. See how that's going here this morning. People trying to get through that. Well, we'll go to a ramp. How about that? Okay, this is going to be right there near it. Cordell looks like a winter wonderland here, folks. As we're going to see this live. This is the I-75 northbound ramp, and you can see Cordell and Crisp County just north of our covered area. That snow is accumulated there on the grass, obviously. Folks are still traveling through this, but you see that reduced visibility, obviously. Definitely something that you don't have around here very often. Something to enjoy, that DDOT camera there. I-75 northbound ramp there. I mean, this really does, help to tell that weather story. Folks trying to take it slow, it looks like here this morning in Cordell right now. The temperature is 33, so just above freezing. Again, these temperatures are a bit cooler or colder than what we thought they might be, which could cause some of this to stick, but the surface temperatures were way warm yesterday. So, you see how it's not really doing that so far. It's mainly on, and we don't really, use the different tools to keep the roads clear here like you do in other parts of the country. Just not used to, using the sand and whatever you'll use here, as you look to keep things, from sticking there on the road and, keeping the traction up. You don't have to deal with that around here as much. But, onto the elevated surfaces, you see how the temperatures, colder on those, and that's why we have things sticking to that there around Cordell. So, again, that's Cordell, Georgia. Live look there. Georgia 511 perspective. I know. Interesting. I see, they're 20 degrees colder than we're at here around Stark. We're at 53. Not getting this. They're at 33. They are getting that there right now. So, again, keeping you guys up to date. Let me go ahead and go through some of my different sources here this morning as we're live on the air here. We're keeping you guys updated on every detail best we can here. Just a one-man band, but just checking everything here for you this morning. So important to stay on top of things, obviously, with these winter weather scenarios. Just trying to, be a voice here. This is not a hurricane. This is not severe weather in that traditional sense. Impactful, but it can be fun too. So just be careful, and you can have fun during this year. We don't have the general ice storm effect like what we had there last year, which was so concerning. We're on the different platforms here. You're watching the snow. As things try to switch on over. I know we're talking about the distances of the snow corridor. It's about 35 miles across right now, from east to west, west to east here as you look at it. So, again, that's something, that'll continue to shrink here. And, as we get here further back toward the Panhandle and trying to get into the Big Bend and toward Gadsden County, I know we're watching some things. Let's see if some of those cameras in Gadsden are showing snow now. Let's see, we weren't really seeing too much of that earlier on. But we'll try to see what we can find, as we look into our covered area in Florida. I'm going to see what we can try to determine here. Trying as best I can here to get a good look. Gadsden rest area. There may be some flurries mixing in with this. We'll go ahead and pull that up here. It's hard to tell though. It's I do see some maybe white in there versus just the clear raindrops. So we may be seeing some flurries mix in there as we look at things, as we track things here this morning. Trying to give you a look at all that here. The different winter weather situations. They're under a winter weather advisory, by the way, if you guys are wondering about that, and the different alerts that are in place. So, that's a look there at the situation. Not too crazy looking. You got to still watch out for slick conditions, cold rain, and this oil is mixing with the rain on the roads. But nothing too crazy there compared to what we've been showing you further off toward the west, which has been pretty dramatic here this morning. So we're continuing to watch. Coverage continues here in just a moment as we reach that 9:30 hour here, half hour, in our continuing coverage of this winter storm cloud weather at 9:30 starts now.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back with you here at the bottom of the hour, continuing to keep you guys up to date here on this situation. We're going to go ahead and see that we have that winter storm warning, impactful snowfall event, ongoing here in the noted counties. That's what we're dealing with, and that's what we're seeing. You have the alert for Quitman, Randolph, Terrell, Lee, Turner, Clay, Calhoun, Daugherty, Worth, and Georgia, Early, Baker, Mitchell, and Miller. So that's where the greatest concern lies within the covered area. These are, this is our covered area. These are our counties. And then more of the counties, though, under a winter weather advisory here. As you see, Northern Liberty, Gadsden, Seminole, Decatur, Grady, Colquitt, Cook Tip, Marion, Atkinson, Coffee, Irwin, and Ben Hill. So that helps to tell that story. There are different ways to visualize things here this morning with this winter weather, with our winter storm warning coverage. They're under winter weather advisory there. I know I've been talking for almost 2 hours, so bear with me. This is me. That's how it is, though. We have to be here to give you guys the latest. But again, this is how things are evolving right now. We're continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Let me see if there's any questions or comments here from any of the viewers at home. Not seeing anything. I am hearing some rain where we're at here. East of Stark, haven't heard too much of that here on the roof today, but hearing some of that now. Here in Bradford, it's rained on. Pretty confident in that. Because we're much warmer out here. Just starting to get on the edge of that air, down to 45 in Lake City, but we're at 53 here east of Stark still. That's a pretty big difference between those two spots. It's interesting, that it's that big of a difference, but we should start to cool down pretty quick once we get in this rain. You have that wind coming out of the north and west here this morning, bringing in that colder air, though, as I put it back into our winter mode. And you can see what we're dealing with in some of these different spots. Some of these different zones here as things, move in and impact some of our different counties, our different cities, our different roads, different neighborhoods here. Just very intriguing to keep an eye on here. I'm just checking some more information right now off camera. You can see that white, and the gray there. That's the snow. The radar is interpreting here this morning. We've got to watch out here. Have accidents, even if we don't have as much of this sticking to the road here, obviously. That's something we have to be concerned about. Definitely have to be concerned about that here for sure. Some folks just waking up, probably wondering, like, are we going to have snow further east? Let me go through some of the graphics again. These updated a few hours ago, really. I mean, these numbers, well, not numbers, but these details here, this nomenclature hadn't necessarily changed in terms of the counties impacted in these alerts, but I mean, it is ongoing. But you see this, is something that can change here. It's more fluid ongoing. You can see 100% chance of flurries ongoing there, in further areas toward Albany, Leesburg. We saw some of that just a little while ago. Pretty confident, almost 100 there toward that 75 corridor. We already saw it toward Cordele, but I'm talking about more down, maybe as far as about Tipton is what I'm kind of indicating on here. Looking like snow flurries there. Lesser chances, but still over 50% for Tallahassee and Valdosta. We dropped it under 50 for Waycross because of the way things, the overall models have kept, pushing the delineation and the push of the, the overall, temperatures there, and the profiles colder, the mixing, further away. We'll see though, not out of the question for Waycross since, some of these temperatures have gone a little colder here than maybe what we would have thought. But in some areas further back, but further east is not cold at all. I mean, comparatively, we're at 52 here east of Stark now on my thermometer, but you see that's, that too goes into why it's so low of a chance of flurries further down toward the south and east. A big difference between flurries and real accumulation, like what we're seeing further off toward the north and west. But, some areas, we didn't get much last year at all here on Stark, so even flurries would be a big deal. I've only had flurries twice, and I've been here 25 years. So, it doesn't happen very much. You see very low chance of that 15% now. Not zero. It's 15% still about 15% higher than it is most days. So, we'll be on the lookout. But you see our amounts here, about 2 inches on the high end is what we're thinking up north. There could be a spot a little higher than that. But you see pretty low, almost nothing. It may end up not getting anything, but Tallahassee, Valdosta, Waycross, trace amounts, and then everybody else, I'm saying none really. As snow here, they never melt. Granted, they could melt when they hit the actual pavement. They are melting in some cases, but it's different than what we had last year with all that freezing rain. Maybe some sleet, but that's not necessarily the biggest storyline with this rain and snow mainly. And that's what we had last year here around Stark compared to everybody else. It was hardly nothing for the south and east, but less. But for the north and west, we had a half foot around Albany. We're not going to have a half foot of snow today, but we're still getting, maybe 3 inches in some areas, which is still a really big deal and does not happen very often. And it's very noteworthy here for sure as we look at things and as we track things here in toward the weather center. So, again, just keeping you guys informed. I know one reason we have the cold air coming in, so quickly, but also it's something where the snow corridor is shrinking is because of the drier air. You see how low the dew points are back down, in some of these areas back behind us down to 17 there around Troy, Alabama, how dry the air is, Now, wasn't quite that case in around Bradford County and Hampton, though, on this date, 49 years ago. We look back to 1977. This is a look at some family photos from then. Not going to have that here today in Bradford County. But we've seen some of this in South Georgia to some degree on some of the cameras. Definitely intriguing to see that some of those Georgia cameras have told that weather story. So, as we look back here, though, as we give you guys the latest, we try to keep you informed on the ongoing situation. We have some cold air on the way tonight, back, toward the hard freeze mark, give or take, depending on where you are. We have some of this, cold weather alerts in play. We're going to be watching out. Remember, this does impact Stark and the like. Got to protect people, pets, plants, and pipes tonight. We have 20s on the board. Probably got to drip those pipes here again. As we're going to be rival and probably not quite as cold. Granted, I know, some of the areas that have had precip, we'll see. Hopefully it goes away. If somehow we don't warm up enough, I think we will. But if we didn't, it could, cause the temperatures around to be a little colder. But in general, probably going to be a little bit warmer than what we had Friday morning when we had 18 here east of Stark, our rural area. Probably a little warmer than that. I know we're going to have the wind up some during the day today. That's going to be important, too, to try to dry things out from the moisture we're getting so we don't get black ice here as we're looking and as we're tracking things. So, again, we're getting the snow in South Georgia now. I know we got to watch out for those, freezes, frost, maybe concerns lingering for Tuesday and Wednesday. And then you got to use extreme caution with space heaters here, with the fire risk because, house fires are a problem. In this type of, situation when it's so cold, you have to go watch out there with the overall situation there in terms of those pools. You got to make sure they're protected from the cold as well. Just got a report in out of the Cuthbert area according to broadcast media here. The Weather Service Tallahassee forwarding this along. They're on the back side of this now, but 2.5 inches is the average of snowfall from several measurements there in Cuthbert. Let's see if we can pull that camera back up then around Cuthbert there. And they're kind of getting on the back edge of this already. This moving in, it did pretty rapidly and now moving out pretty rapidly out as we get out toward that Cuthbert community there. I mean, this is pretty fast movement of this. And also the corridor shrinking with that dry air kind of coming in as well, but that cold air coming in too. And we're going to see what we can pull up here. We had that camera up around Cuthbert earlier. We still have it, so let's go ahead and take that here live. We don't actually see as much, if any, in the way of the active snowfall anymore, but you can still see how it's still staying on the elevated surfaces there, on the side of the road and the like. I know just east in Dawson they're at 32, so this, we'll see. Hopefully, the temperatures warm up to above freezing at some point. We're expecting that for most of the year to stay above. But if, the forecast was to not really get below it, but we're kind of are getting below it a little bit here in some of these areas. And if that's the case, then we could, this may stick around a little bit on the side of the road, which might not be the worst thing. This is not actually on the pavement, and that's already moving out. So, that's something to kind of be mindful of here as we're looking at things and as we're tracking them here this morning, as we give you guys the very latest on this ongoing weather situation. So again, we're with you. We're guiding you through this 2 hours into the coverage. Again, trying to be very mindful here, of the situation. It is fun in some ways to try to enjoy this. It's not like a severe weather situation, a tornado situation. We do have, though, some of these areas we watch these readings, and I see Dawson did go up a little, which is a good sign. Makes it better versus if it sticks too much, we could have an issue. Went from 32, it looked like to 34. I bet it's up. I thought I saw, 32 in there, and now 34. So that's good to see that go up a little. But speaking of some of these different areas, let's pull up some more cameras. We can see some more of this active snowfall here. We've done this, in spurts here this morning. As we're looking, I know some of the snow kind of coming down in spurts. As we look and as we track things here, as we give you guys the very latest, almost like, snow squalls here, like what you would get there in other parts of the country sometimes. So again, trying to keep you informed, just trying to keep you up to date on the situation, of course. Checking our cameras here. There might be quite a few people trying to get to these. I guess as people wake up, it looks like. For a moment, I'm having some issues with the Georgia cameras. So, okay, they're not coming up right now, unfortunately. At least at this very moment, that can change. But we'll go back to the Florida cameras then. So let's go ahead and come back down here. This lesser corridor now of this snow in Florida. Mariana to Chattahoochee, which is on the border, of course. But that corridor, we have some snow, it would seem, still in there. As I switch on over toward the METAR information, I'm going to go ahead and show you some of this here. And then we're going to see if we can pull up some of the ongoing snow on the live views here. Okay, we're having some issues with that too. So let me go ahead. I see the still shots from it. Let me go ahead and do something a little different though. Since we have the still shots available, let me go ahead and pull this one up. This is just east of Mariana, it looks like. It'll help to tell that story on that Florida 511 perspective. We're going to go ahead and pull this in now. It's still shot from just a few minutes ago. You can see that snow coming down there on that Florida 511 camera views. Helping to tell that story there for sure. Trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on, of course. And trying to, help understand how it's impacting your lives here, and the likes. I hear the rain coming down here east of Stark, by the way. We're above 50 degrees though here. Not the case out toward the west, obviously. Much colder conditions in some of these different spots. And by the way, there's a crash in Gadsden County right now. It's a minor severity, right shoulder blocked in toward that vicinity. So that's something to bear in mind. You know, different range, rates moving through Crescent, Duval County here, ramp to Norwood Avenue, 195 North, left lane block. So some of this rain can do that too, or just, there's other factors in play as well. So I'll go ahead and I'll broaden the view so you can see some of that rain moving into Jacksonville. As we give you guys the very latest here. Try to keep you informed on what's happening. Just jumping through all the different sources. Down to 39 in Gadsden County, by the way. Gonna check some of these Florida 501 perspectives again here. Look like some of them might be trying to come back up on another source I was looking at. So we can try to pull up some live views again, maybe. We'll try to do that. Okay, yeah, we got one now. So let's go ahead and pull this one up. I-10 at mile marker 147. You can see here this Florida 501 perspective. As we look live, trying to tell that weather story there. Just off into the central time zone, it looks like with this view, but you can kind of see what we're dealing with some of that snow not sticking too much, but there is some, if you look carefully there, side to the road and in the media, but nothing like some of these other areas that we've been showing you here this morning. So as we continue to watch things, continue to monitor them. I'm just trying to keep you guys informed here. Let me see if any of the Georgia views are back up for us now. Hopefully they are. We're going to try again on that. Try to pull some of those up again. Let's see if we can pull some around Albany. Now let's pull up State Road 3 / US 19 at Lido Road. This has gotten, wow, I mean, this is pretty intense here. As we look there, you see how it's been switching, and some times right on the edge of that, we can have some of the heaviest rates there. I mean, this is dramatic right here. Just, north side of Albany, just into Lee County, you can see this GDOT camera telling that story here. This snow really coming down here in southwestern Georgia this morning. This is, last year was historic. This is kind of bordering on the line of historic here too. Even though it's not near as much, it's still something we don't see very often in towards southwestern Georgia. 33 in Albany, so we'll have to see. We don't want this to stick on the road. It really probably won't much, but it is sticking. You see, it looks like maybe a car lot over there. And you see a lot of cars there with that snow. That really helps to tell the story. This does not look like South Georgia. This looks like, the beginnings of a snowstorm in like Western New York or something. I mean, it's, maybe not so much with the pavement not being covered, but the side of the road, if you're just focusing on that, it sure does. And it looks something like that. So, again, you can kind of see what we're talking about here. This is South Georgia. This is Lee County right now, just north, really of the Dougherty County line, in the Albany vicinity there on Lido Road. You can see the snow here live on the GDOT camera. Definitely telling that, story visually, trying to help you guys understand what is going on, what is happening. This is some pretty impressive live video that we are looking at right now around the Albany Metro. So again, that tells that story. That's what we're trying to do for everybody. Is I'm going to go ahead and let's get on in here. This here on this other view. I switch it over, and yeah, you see the dividing lines a little bit more. It wants to show more snow in there anyway. This doesn't show it quite as much, as we're just switching. I know, looking at some, we do have some wind out there today, but it's going to go ahead and go through some things. Of course, we had the winter storm warning in play. We're watching that carefully. That was a pink zone there, of course. And then I want to see the rates. So, again, we're just going to go ahead and, continue to watch this here. Right on the edge. Let's see how it is right around Sylvester even. I don't know if it switched over to that, could be pretty intense because we saw how things had already accumulated around Albany. Let me see what I can kind of find. Okay, Acre. How about that? Let's try Acre. This is some intense snow here live there in Dougherty County. Let's go ahead and see this here right now. I'm going to pull this on up. It's Georgia GDOT camera right now. This is some intense snow there around the Acre community in Dougherty County. This is not what you're accustomed to. You do see maybe it even trying to, stick to possibly that we're right near that freezing point. And a little colder than what we were anticipating. Sticking to that line there, maybe. So let me check power outages to make sure we haven't started to see things jump here. Right on that borderline, and luckily to the west the snow's in, and it's not in there, but I hadn't really seen anything when I looked earlier. I weren't really thinking power outages would be too big of a story today, but we're gonna have to just watch, for an isolated spot or two here, just in case, as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things here. They have some outages in North Carolina this morning. In Georgia, we have 1,500 customers out. There are 373 customers in the dark now in Dougherty County, according to PowerTech.us. So that's about the only county, though, with, big amount. That's not that big, but in relative fashion, a few hundred are in the dark now in Dougherty County, with the power outage situation, with what I would pretty much almost call a snow squall. Almost kind of define it as that here. Winter storm warning, but almost like a snow squall warning. Almost whiteout conditions here in Dougherty County, Georgia right now. Telling that story. We're in alert mode. We've been in alert mode for a while. We talked about this concern. We talked about this potential, and it's coming to fruition here now. Not for everybody in our area. A lot of folks aren't going to have it, but for a corridor, you're getting a good bit of snow here live as we're tracking things on the air here this morning on, cloud weather, looking at this GDOT camera, this visual, heavy snow is what I would call this here in Dougherty County around, some of these different spots here. This is something to behold, really. A sight to, take in. You see folks obviously need their lights on, like what you would do in a rain event here. You need those on in this reduced visibility scenario here. A foggy type of start, a snowy start, though, is the bigger, headline out of this, obviously, here toward Dougherty County, Georgia. Again, snow coming on down right now. Let's go back on over here, and heavy snow at that. That's what I would call that. As we're looking, as we're tracking things, you can see here we're watching the delineations. Let me see how Sylvester's looking if we can. Because, we're wondering. That was Acre. I was just showing you guys. Let's see how Sylvester is looking. Wow. These are not that far apart, folks. I've traveled between there before. We just showed you Acre. Well, guess what, Sylvester? It's not snowing there. Not yet, anyway. Look at that. It's just rain. That says, goes to tell the story. May have had a little bit in there. I almost see a little bit of white stuff, maybe, but it looks like mostly just all rain. I see some kind of traffic light there. That's why I'm wondering. But, it's pretty much rain there and just over into Worth County right now. That's such a big contrast, but they're going to get on it soon. Snow squall, whiteout type conditions for a short video this morning. as we are, looking at the situations. I mean, these are not that far apart, my friends. I mean, I've done this, traveled this before, this corridor there as we're looking, there along US 82. Acre to Sylvester. How many miles is that? I'm going to measure it real quick on my other system. I know we're switching between things, so might see some stuff flash sometimes. So there's Acre. We just saw how heavy it was there. That's 8 miles apart between rain and heavy snow here. This is like a squall line of snow. A snow squall here as we are looking, as we are tracking things this morning. Again, 8 miles apart. You go from pretty much rain to pretty much whiteout conditions here. Let's go back to that live shot out of Acre there in Dougherty County. This is, unbelievable, really. I mean, we thought it could happen like this. I mean, 8 miles from rain, to this. Snow globe pretty much there. It's that delineation of the atmospheric profile and the temperatures that make it go between. I mean, you don't normally see it go. I don't know if, hardly ever see this around here to have that big of a dramatic shift here, that close together. To see it so well defined here. I don't think I've ever seen something, haven't had the cameras like this in the years past to be able to show something that's moving so quick, and it's not just sleet in between or ice, with the freezing rain. This is going from rain to snow, heavy snow here. Unbelievable here around Acre and Dougherty County right now, live on the air. You see, I mean, that snow that's accumulated there on the side of the road. Again, multiple inches, no doubt, gonna be, picked up in some of these spots. Already at 2.5 on average there around Cuthbert. The average snowfall totals, according to broadcast media, according to the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. Hopefully, folks are taking it slow, a little bit slower on the roads, because even if the roads aren't that bad, the actual, surface, the visibility is very much reduced. And, the cars might have trouble seeing you in this type of event here as we are looking at things and as we are tracking them. So again, this is around the Acre community in Dougherty County. Down to 32 now in Albany. That's not exactly what you want to see, because that could start to cause us to stick a little bit more. They're calling it heavy snow there at the airport in Albany. So I bet, as they are at 32 even there on the thermometer, probably have some other views. This, coming on through there. I'm going to run into delineation. Let's see what we can pull up with cameras. Okay, right near the airport, give or take, West Oak Ridge Drive at Westover Boulevard. Let's go ahead and pull this one up right now as we are live here. I know this is this can be dangerous, but this is the complete opposite. Pretty much a 180 from like tracking a tornado on camera or something versus tracking stuff like this. This is intriguing. This is fun here. Can be fun, as long as you're taking some precautions though. But West Oak Ridge Drive at Westover Boulevard there in Dougherty County. This is not far from the airport. And you see the snow that's accumulated there on some of the poles there and the like. As we are seeing things here, you see the vehicles coming on through the snow on their roofs, and their hoods in some cases here. Gotta have your lights on in this situation, obviously. I know might not be the easiest thing to do, with to get, some of that, snow getting on the windshields, and, using those wipers on that might not be the easiest thing here. So it is a pretty wet snow, so maybe, I'm not, I haven't had that much, actual, real life experience with snow here over the years, decades. So that might not, since it's a, wetter snow, maybe you got to be able to see somehow if you're out on the road. So, it's a tricky thing here for sure, though, this morning when you're getting heavier rates like this, and that is cause for concern. So, again, we're just continuing to look at this. This is Dougherty County, Georgia. A live look at the snow right now there. Oak Ridge Drive at Westover Boulevard. Definitely, seeing how things are ongoing there right now. We're at 9:59 a.m. on this Sunday, on this January 18th, 2026. And we're continuing to track the snow moving through Albany. Doherty County, some pretty heavy. That's what the Weather Service, well, at least their METAR information is showing at the airport. Heavy snow coming through Albany right now. Heavy, but, pretty brief. Not a huge extended period, but some heavy snow coming through Albany. Just remarkable rates here right now coming on through as we continue to track the situation with a winter storm warning effect for multiple counties here this morning. Cloud weather, we're in alert mode. Our coverage here at 10 a.m. You can see the time there on the screen. I know it's a little bit misaligned there, but you kind of get the idea. We're at 10 a.m. right now, and our coverage here, it does continue right now.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Okay, so it's 10 o'clock, and we have that winter storm warning in effect right now. We're trying to keep you guys up to date on the weather situation here. We're in alert mode, obviously. As the situation does evolve, we're just trying to be very mindful, vigilant of what is happening here. Obviously, you can see we have that snow coming on in there, heavy snow around Albany. We're just going to continue to be mindful here of what we're dealing with. And let's pull up some more cameras because those, are the best indicator of what's going on. So let's go ahead and pull up. We showed you that one around Lido Road recently. Let me see if I can pull up another one. Okay, and that might be almost ice starting to get on the camera, which would not be good if that is sticking. It might just be the precip, but we are colder than anticipated by a little bit here. State Road 91, that's North Jefferson Street at State Road 3 off-ramp there in Doherty County. Let me go ahead and pull this up here. I'm going to pull this on up here right now. You can see what we're talking about with that snow. It's, that's coming in right now, and this view almost makes it look like, it's a little bit wetter there versus some of our other spots in the area. But you see how the snow is accumulated. Almost looks more like rain, but I think that is snow. It's kind of sheltered spot there. As we look at, as we track things, it would seem, at least from this view. But that's one of the views there. Of course, some of the other views we've been showing you here this morning. We've been showing you here across the area, across our different communities. Some of them are a lot more dramatic than others here for sure. Let's go back to that Lido Road one then, because that one definitely, that accumulation looked like a car lot over there. That really does tell the story on the GDOT camera. Let me see that there. Let me go ahead and move from that, but this is another look. You see the cars with snow on them, some of them. That snow there around Albany. Let's get back up, further up, closer toward Leesburg right now. Saw this shift earlier on in the snow, and you'll be able to see it still continuing there, on these different views. You see Albany on the map, just getting further to the north of that, obviously, on this GDOT perspective there with this, what you could call in some ways, not all over the pavement, luckily, but in some ways a winter wonderland here this morning for sure. So, again, continuing to track this. You can just see here, it looks cold out there. It is cold. It's, close to that freezing point, and we've been talking about here this morning. That's something that we are monitoring very carefully. We're just trying to keep you guys informed here. Let me see if there are any questions or comments. Okay, looks like we have a viewer there interested in information around Bainbridge. So let me go ahead and check on Bainbridge here again. We were looking earlier, it was not snowing there. It was snowing in Donaldsonville, but not Bainbridge. But that can definitely change here, over a pretty short period of time. As this, within a few moments, just a few moments, things can definitely, shift here. So let's go ahead and shift the map down. First off, though, toward the Bainbridge area. They're gonna get some. I mean, there's no doubt. It may be starting to kind of shift right now. With Donaldsonville, getting snow, they'll at least get flurries, but maybe, they should get a little dust in there, I would think, around Bainbridge. I would say a little dusting there around Bainbridge here. It's kind of almost nowcast here at this point. This line is going to shrink up more and more, snow corridor, but around Bainbridge. I had a look at that earlier. We'll pull up some more views. First off, let's start off with Donaldsonville again. I know Donaldsonville's starting to, and it's pretty much stopped there in Donaldsonville already. They had a period of it, but it's pretty much stopped there in Donaldsonville. It looks like it has on this shot here. We had it earlier there around Donaldsonville, but again, just continuing to give you guys these views. Let's see what it looks like further off. Maybe I saw something on the left side of the screen, but that's pretty quick shift over there. Let's get over toward Bainbridge there and pull up some cameras. Yeah, it's snowing there now. Not heavy on this view, but it is snowing there. As we pull up this view there on this GDOT camera, State Road 38, business, US 84 business, that view there, Shotwell Street at State Road 97/West Street. You see some flurries coming on down, not really sticking much. Not yet, but they're at 34 degrees there. Just continuing to track things here across the region. You can see what is happening. You see all that, weather there that we've been tracking. It's getting into Bainbridge. It was rain earlier. Now we do have some flurries coming on down there in Decatur County. That's what we were tracking there. Let me see other camera views. We'll pull some of them up on the Georgia 511 perspectives. This is the one we had up earlier. I'm having a little bit of trouble making them out, but you can see them if you look real close, probably. So I'll pull this up. Looks like we're downtown, it seems. You can see what we're talking about there. Again, watching these views. Speaking of reports we're getting in. Okay, so I know up in Lee County, Georgia, on Smithville now, we're being told 2 to 3 inches of snow reported in Smithville by Lee County Emergency Management. Some accumulation on dirt roads with icy patches on spots and paved roads. So yeah, we're getting close to that freezing point, than anticipated, and that can be a cause for concern. I know further back, some of the winter alerts have been dropped west of our area now, but still in our area, I think they do continue. It's Coffee, Dale, Geneva, Henry, Houston, Alabama, and Holmes and Florida canceled for the winter storm warning. The advisory for Central Walton, Inland Bay, North Walton, and Washington is things to progress here. It's just more of a rapid situation than a slow one here. This reminds you more of like a tornado watch being trimmed back, versus like these winter weather alerts can be more like a tropical system sometimes. This is a, quick moving event. But this is Bainbridge. We are getting some snow in there. Not going to be a lot. I'd be surprised if you get, something to accumulate too much, especially on the pavement there. That's probably not going to happen. But in some of the grassy areas, probably have, that pick up a little bit more here over the next little bit. As I go back to the current radar, because it's about current weather analysis right now. There's still that little strip of it. So you should still be getting some of this into toward Bainbridge here over the next little bit. As we look at and track things here at 10:08 a.m., you can see into toward Decatur County. You can see what we're dealing with there. We're trying to keep you guys up to date on this. You're under the winter weather advisory over in that part of the region. And a lot of that's been rain on the edge. So, yeah, it's going to be hard to have a lot of snow, but a little bit of snow there in Bainbridge there will definitely, as we've seen with the flurries, it's the case there. right now. So you have to do more nowcasting when things, evolve here. I see that, yeah, that question there was about will the snow fall, and then it was actually confirmed the snow flurry. Then we saw that too live on the air here. As we're looking at things and as we're giving you guys the information. So, but somebody seems to be, on site there in Bainbridge, kind of seeing some of this firsthand here, which is, helpful obviously in these type of situations. So, again, checking more of our information here on winter weather coverage. You see, Alabama's been trimmed out of the alert. I know. See our freeze alerts further east. We have winter weather advisories, and just it's an ongoing situation, obviously. And speaking of that, let's go ahead and shift over to this broad view. You can definitely see how that strip has shrunk down a good bit over the last little bit. You know what about Florida? This is not looking great for areas further east in Tallahassee now. Your snow chances are dropping, I would say. Maybe you'll get some flurries, but it is dropping because that quarter has shrunk pretty quick as, we've gotten a little bit of, not much, but a little bit, of daytime heat. I don't know about the temperatures, they're falling, but, it's not in the middle of the night. It would be cooler if we didn't have, a little bit of that heating coming into play here to help maintain temperatures a little bit more around Tallahassee. And this is the overall setup here too. I know the temperatures are dropping, but Tallahassee here, they'd be dropping more if it wasn't for, some daylight out. We're at 48 now east of Stark. We are dropping here, but they're at 40 in Tallahassee. And, your snow chances here are not looking so good right now in terms of even maybe flurries. You're going to be lucky to get a flurry because this is, pretty quickly. And some of our other rotors are showing a little different. So, yes, that's a tricky thing too. I'm surprised this is showing it that much different. Sometimes they can do this, but so our other radar mode is showing there's still some flurries mixing in here in Gadsden, and it does look like, it looks like there's a little strip of it still, where that's the mix, mainly maybe rain, but there could be some mixture in there with what's coming down. But then back in here is probably snow west of Greensboro and Hardaway. It's a small strip of it for Bainbridge purposes, a little bit bigger, but it's still not a whole bunch. Some areas have gotten really, lucky or a lot of snow, if you wanted it or not. And some folks are not going to be very lucky with this at all. As that, the area has been a smaller area in our viewing circle that's going to get it compared to what we thought could happen. But the rates, the amount, some of them up to 3 inches there, Lake County, Georgia, so that's pretty noteworthy as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them. Let me see what we can find with some of these cameras here, just into Gadsden County. See if we can see, some of these, show you some of these flurries. Because if we're not even seeing them on some of these views, it's gonna be tough. I don't even see on some of these clearer views here. There might be something. I'll look real close for a minute. And we got a parking lot camera in the rest area from the Florida 511 perspective. So we'll pull this up real quick. Now, I'm not going to pull that up since we're right in the parking lot there. It's not showing enough to really pull up. We'll just check some others and maybe pull those up. Okay, this might be showing a little something on this view. As we switch this over. Again, this is a view of the situation right just into Gadsden, just into the eastern time zone. I see rain in there, maybe a little bit of flurry action, but there's not a whole bunch compared to areas further off toward the north and the west. So we'll go ahead and move back to the radar. There's something else I just saw pop up in my system I want to say. I always keep the Tampa stuff up since Levy, County is in our, Tampa in the Tampa Weather Service jurisdiction, Levy County's in our area. Well, it's not anywhere near Levy, but there's a marine warning actually down here. There's no lightning with this, but down south of Tampa, we do have some gusty winds of maybe 40 miles an hour coming ashore down there. Not expecting any severe weather. I mean, we don't. I'll put the thunderstorm risk on. That you have to go all the way to Miami to have that. But in general, maybe on the East Coast, you can get as far north as West Palm, but not up here. Not expecting any thunder, snow. Haven't seen any of that. I'm not saying it can't happen, but yeah, I don't think so. In this type of pattern here, I have not seen any indications of that at all. So again, just continuing to track this here around Albany. This corridor is shrinking quickly, very quickly. This is shrinking up here. I mean, the Miles Royce, HRRR was really showing that this morning more and more, and it's probably even shrunk even more than what that was showing. I mean, this corridor, I mean, we were talking about maybe 50 miles across at one point. Well, let's take it up here. I'll go to about the biggest part across here now is maybe 30, but that's a lot of this in our area is only maybe 20 or maybe even 10 miles across, give or take now. So we're really seeing the corridor of snow shrinking here as that dry air comes in. I know it probably helped to get the rates a little higher in some of these areas when it was getting colder than anticipated, but then further east it's not spreading as far. So that is, that's limiting the potential in that regard. More areas, they're not getting it versus what could have happened, but the areas that are getting into some of this, some of those are getting more heavier snow than maybe we were thinking here. So that's intriguing to see as the situation evolves on it. So I'm going to get a loop together again of the radar so we can kind of show you guys what is going on here. I'm going to show you guys what we're dealing with, what's happening here with the overall radar presentation, and it's the overall corridor here shrinking. And in Central Georgia, they've been getting, a lot of that snow, as we referred to here, as we've alluded to here this morning. Okay, we got this loop ready to go, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and take it from the other system. You can see I had all the METARs, that's the different airports, different, sites reporting snow. That we have the flakes. You have some other local storm reports popping up too in there, but 3 inches, some spots in Lee County, Georgia. But again, you can see here too, I'll put temperatures up. You can see how we're still pretty warm here off toward the east, running relative fast in mid-50s around St. Augustine. So snow's not going to happen around there. It would seem, that's not going to be the case. No, further east. Now, dew points, you see how dry it is further back behind this here. As we look and as we track things, those are so low. And that is, a storyline here that, is, helping to kind of dry things out and reduce that corridor of the snow here because the air is just so dry. Snow is so dry here. One thing we haven't shown you at all is some of the satellite presentations. So let's do that. Let's pull up. We're going to pull up infrared here for a moment. You don't see, you don't see the cold cloud tops like you would in a tropical system or anything. Visible satellite is pretty interesting. You see how it clears out further back west of Dothan there, and then the water vapor that says how dry, this is how dry the area is. That shows the moisture in the upper levels. We're showing you the dew points there, the indication of the moisture in the lower levels of the, atmosphere / at the surface, really. But, the upper level of the atmosphere is indicated by the coloration here. And that brownish color indicates some very, very dry air that's kind of coming in on this and drying things out. It's going to make things, dry out pretty quick on the backside. It's, an area where we had the rain, but we're getting to, where the cold area is. We've had the mixture, but that corridor keeps reducing down. It keeps shrinking down here this morning as we're looking at the overall situation. But the areas that have gotten the snow have gotten some pretty impressive amounts here. Again, Cuthbert, you picked up around 2.5 inches there very quickly. I mean, this is not normal at all for our area. Randolph County, last year we had the event, higher amounts, but it was a lot longer duration event. But 3 inches there, I mean, some of it fell pretty quick at the beginning, but still, 3 inches around Smithville there in Lee County. Some of that snow is still ongoing there in Lee County this morning. As I put the temperatures back up on the screen now, just kind of speaking of temperature, we're watching here. We're watching some other things here as well, and that is in regards here to some of the model data. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that in. I mean, this here is supposed to be 10 a.m. and we're right at 10:15, and it's a lesser corridor. I'll just go to this is higher sensitivity, but and I don't think it's fun. We saw how the cameras were looking and that dry air. I mean, I think this is a much more realistic look here. I mean, some of the meteors are still showing it though. Okay, maybe there's still some stuff right back there, but it's so light it's not picking up, on the cameras too well. This is what, it's supposed to be. This is if you really want to go really sensitive, but that's just to pick up some rogue flurries pretty much if I really wanted to do that. Then I go over to that mode. But, it's like kind of what we were doing here last year on Stark. We were kind of desperate for flurries. We were looking at that to see if we could get a rogue flurry, but and that's the type of view you would look at to try to hope you get something on the very back edge is this view here, but really the more realistic of any accumulating snow is this view here. So again, that's what we're kind of doing. And right now, any accumulating snow, it's a very small corridor coming into Bainbridge. It's shrinking by the moment here. You get up toward Newton, Elmodale, Camilla, you have some, it looks like right there in Albany, of course. Sylvester, right on the edge there, Leesburg, Warwick, and Cordell, still getting into it. America's starting to really slack off. You get further up, Unadilla there, Cochrane, Eastman's right on the edge, but still be getting to some of that. Warner Robin still getting to some of it. Milledgeville, Sandersville, yeah, Dublin, and it looked like some pretty heavy snow around Dublin there. They had some really cold air compared to some other spots the other day when we were tracking things. So again, though, as I go back over to some of the other modes here, so we're going to go to the modeling now. It's comparing and contrasting. And then you saw how it's actually smaller than that. And this next hour is 11 a.m. And you see there might be a little bit of flurry action here, in Gadsden and Decatur. But you see how it's really, less and less compared to what we were even thinking before. You see it by noon. This is now showing all rain by noon here, folks. This is really slacking quickly. Granted, back behind the temperatures, how are they going to be? How much are they going to warm up? Maybe they should get up freezing some of the clearing. So, if that comes in there, so that's to melt that snow. When you don't want the rain to be, all this rain we're getting now. Or east of Stark, I know. It's not going to be a whole bunch, maybe a quarter, half inch, but we don't want to have black ice tonight. As we are going to have some falling temperatures. I'll see that in a moment. But this is, later in the day, just checking to make sure we don't have anything coming in the back side there or anything. As we look, as we track things, I'm going to go to the run before just to check something. Yeah, not really seeing much on the back side, I don't think there. Look at the NAM model. Just checking a couple of things real quick, but since we've been on here so long, trying to see how things are developing here moment by moment. Let me go ahead and take that off for a moment. Looking at the different reports and the like. We're getting rain at 47 degrees here east to start. Gonna check them. Yeah, definitely that rain coming on down. That's the story here. Versus anything else. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just checking some more information here. Let me pull up model guidance for tonight, temperature wise. Doing this on the fly here, so I gotta switch something. Let's go to 12Z HRRR. This isn't gonna be the best thing, but it's something we can do on the fly to see if things have shifted some. I mean, honestly, the trends have been a little higher lately for the lows, but I still think we could have some hard freeze in some spots. But the dark blue indicates at least a freeze here tonight. Some areas definitely could have a hard freeze in there. We shall see. Well, as we're tracking, see some lightning way away there, by the way, east of the state, but not around where we're at. Our pressure, by the way, 1,082 millibars. And that seems here to be, yeah, rising a little bit, what the indicator is. And if you look here at the overall scenario, that cold air coming on in. Let me pull up some of the imping reports here. We haven't done this much today. You can see around areas there east of Baconton and Camilla, some snow, some grapple, per se snow, but that's how they describe it in the system that sometimes they come together. But this is some of the information. As we look, you see some snow acts and some of the areas further east around Omega there, rain, it would seem. And you see it's Tallahassee's way, Liberty County, Northern Liberty is under an advisory for winter weather. We're really seeing maybe a little bit of flurry action back here. If you get lucky, Tallahassee could get some. I remember early 2016 hoping and maybe seeing a little bit of flurry action, but not really the case too much. There we had the ice and sleet in 2014, but doesn't compare, to actual snow, which I've only seen twice in the last 25 years, and it was very small flurries. Last year, smaller even than 2010, probably, but especially the timeline for that. 2010 was a pretty big surprise. 25, not so much. You're hoping for more, but speaking of last year, I mean, a lot of areas got way more. This is all we got here around Stark, though. These little tiny flurries on my jacket at the very back end. You had to look real careful for this. And we're right around the freezing point when that happened. Different temperature profile, though, then. We were around that for a while. We had the rain before the snow. It's such a much more organized in terms of the overall parameters. Severe, winter weather event, really. I see in Houston County, Alabama, north side of Dothan, a report of an inch on social media of snow. That happened, here. That was a little bit earlier. It's just already moved out of that area now, in toward that part of the region. Outside of the covered area, though, in the wiregrass there. And then, just continue to check, as we look here, different folks trying to look at that snow, of course. Just got to be very careful, though. This corridor keeps shrinking, so let's go ahead and pull up some cameras again. I'm going to pull up some camera views the best we can. We're going to try to give you guys the very latest on all this, obviously. Again, the special coverage does continue on this Sunday morning. It's 10:27 a.m. I'm going to pull up the camera during Albany here. Let's go to Acre if we can. So that's been a dramatic sight this morning. Not as heavy as it was, but it accumulated quick there. I mean, that was something a little while ago. It's still something now. I mean, but it was heavier a little while ago there. As we were looking at things there on the GDOT, Georgia Department of Transportation camera there. That winter weather is still the storyline there. You can see folks that are lights on, they need to be on, obviously, in this type of weather. You need to have them on in the rain. It's raining around Stark. Got to still be careful with that, but nothing like, snow, obviously, like what we're getting further off toward the west here. As we look and as we track things, I know, looks like I see, we're looking at Georgia. I'm just looking and I see there maybe a little bit, maybe a power outage around Bradford. Let me check here. Wire down reported around County Road 233 and 37th Avenue. So we had some of that with the cold weather the other day. So, but as you're looking live at this view, you see that snow coming on down there. Still not quite as heavy maybe as it was, but still pretty impressive snow there. Or just east of Albany there in Dougherty County. Let me go ahead and keep on looking here. This is shrinking, that corridor fast. Still got a little bit, though, toward Oak Ridge Drive and Westover Boulevard. You can see some of that still coming down there. Near the airport area, give or take. Going through some more cameras here right now. US 82. Let's pull this one up. This is a pretty impressive shot. Pretty impressive viewpoint. I'm going to see State Road 520 Oakland Park there. Again, trying to give you guys that view. I mean, it looks like a postcard in some ways there in South Georgia this morning with this winter storm warning continuing. Got to be careful on the road. A little bit more traffic as people get out and be heading to church. Just got to be careful here, but it is fun in some ways. The snowy weather, some of that accumulating in the grass there and the like. You see it on that vehicle as well. Pretty, look like anyway. A good bit of that on that one that we were just seeing. You could see the contrast a little bit, maybe better on that one as we're looking at things and as we're tracking them. It is 10:30 a.m. Cloud weather coverage continues here on this, alert type of period here with this alert, situation that we're in. We're watching the snow in South Georgia.
This is a clouds weather alert.
So again, 10:30 a.m. our coverage continues with this weather alert. You do see here the snow coming on through here towards some of our different communities in South Georgia. I know it's rain in other spots, most spots at this point. In fact, let me say that here real quick. We have that winter storm warning continuing for some of those communities off toward the west. But you see, toward like Stark, we have rain, but it's in the mid upper 40s right now. As we are looking, and I'll put this in the higher sensitivity to look for any flurries, but really, back out in here, most of that's decaying because of the dry air now. You're really slacking with this, the snow axing back in here compared to what we were seeing earlier. As you have to get up toward Albany and Acre is what we showed you, Leesburg, some of these areas, you still have this pretty heavy corridor here of some snow. In fact, we'll move up a little bit with some of these cameras here again. Let's go up toward Cordelis. This is north of our area in Crisp County, but it looks a little bit heavier on the Doppler views from there. We'll see if that's exactly what we're seeing here on these camera views. We pretty much, we're seeing a pretty, nasty look at the pretty dramatic, pretty fun, if you're careful, view. It is, in terms of temperature there, 32 though in Cordova. Again, a bit cooler during these, snow squalls, as they're coming through here. What some of the models were anticipating, but you can see here State Road 7 at 24th Avenue. Again, not quite, the pavement temperature still staying a little above, or we'd have more sticking on the road, but you see all that snow that's accumulated there off toward the side there and the like as we're keeping you guys up to date on the, almost edge here of 3 hours of coverage now here. Keeping you guys up to date on this winter storm warning. Look at that truck cover. The black truck really helps with the contrasting coloration there as things do evolve here. Really does help kind of tell that weather story. So, again, with this winter weather here this morning, definitely seeing how things are with these viewpoints. You're in a little bit heavier rain here on Stark right now. Again, it's rain, not snow, though. Still got to be careful. Don't get me wrong. It's the oils on the road and the like, but there's a very big difference, obviously. You see in the 40s around here, as we're looking there, you see much colder to the north, and some of these, rates are a little higher even as we look and as we track things. I'm going to check something on the Tallahassee radar to see if we have any. I mean, there might be some hope for some flurries if the dryer doesn't kick them out. Since it is the daytime there in Tallahassee, if you're really looking for them, you might be able to get some. Had nothing like last year, though. Nothing like last year, less even than what we were hoping for Tallahassee. But if you're really, really, really looking for them, I know this isn't really selling on that product, but I think there's probably a decent chance there's a few of them in here as you're looking real close in some of these different spots. We're going through the different products here. I know, just trying to bounce between stuff, make sure I'm looking at this right, but maybe back in here there's some of this. You might be able to have it somewhere in this corridor here, as that kind of comes into Tallahassee for those students at FSU and the like. So we have all these cameras now around FSU. We can see we didn't have those last year in the Florida 5-1 system, but probably not going to have a lot of flurries, if any, really notable out of that. So we'll be watching now, but looking less likely there, despite higher totals, or at least on the high end, of the anticipation there, with the snow further off toward the north. So again, continuing to track things here. I know we have folks like looks like if you were there on YouTube watching, I appreciate you tuning in. Again, I appreciate everybody watching the coverage. I've been with you for almost 3 hours straight here. Again, a rapidly evolving situation. We have a freeze watch for Monday, or no, beg pardon. We have a freeze warning for tonight. We have now a freeze watch for areas to about the St. Johns River for Tuesday morning now. I know some of these areas, talking about a daylight, you had to be up pretty early to see some of this here. As I've been giving you this coverage. Been trying to stay on top of this here. This winter weather moving on through the covered area. (10:36 a.m. is the time. I know, definitely seeing that snow corridor slack off some. I mean, minute by minute it gets smaller and smaller here. Let's go further up here around like Dublin. I want to see if we can put some cameras in there. It was colder the other day than other spots. And let's see what they're sitting at. They're sitting at 33 right now, but we've mentioned that Thursday night. I just want to see what it looks like there. It's probably pretty nasty looking, but you gotta be careful. But it is fun if you're, if you're trying to decide, oh wow, oh that's the most dramatic one we've had right around Interstate 16 there in Lawrence County. Goodness, this is heavy. Let's go ahead and see this live. This is north, by a good ways of our area, but right around Interstate 16 here. This is the most dramatic side of the morning. I thought the one here east of Albany was dramatic, and it was. Don't get me wrong. But that is even more dramatic as we're looking there. This is, around Dublin, Georgia there. There's some very, very heavy snow coming down right now in that area. That is impressive. That is, a postcard there. And I mean, that looks like you're in Western New York, or almost you're like heading up toward Colorado or something. You're at the ski resort or something on the way up there. I mean, that is something there around Lawrence County, Georgia right now in that Georgia 511 perspective. That is, a lot of folks out on the road too there, and it looks like some of them is trying to stick there even. The temperature is around 32, just maybe above, but, we're continuing to track all this here for you. That's definitely the most dramatic view we've had all morning. That's there further up, but not in our covered areas, ways east of Macon there. Dublin, Georgia, Interstate 16 corridor, but that's some impressive snow coming down there right now on that view. Again, been on for a while, been on for almost 3 hours now straight, talking you through all this here for the viewers at home. Again, keeping you guys informed here on this ongoing situation. We just got an update on the winter weather alerts here locally. We talked about the freeze alerts, but we also got Tallahassee to update the winter storm warning. So I need to go ahead and update some of that here for you. So we'll take this view off. But how dramatic it is. That is so dramatic there around Lawrence County, Georgia right now, around Dublin. That is intense. I mean, Well, so yeah, I mean it's right in that yellow too, so that's why it's even heavier. And they're calling it heavy snow there at the Dublin/WH Bud Barron Airport. So again, that is really interesting to see that delineation. Again, this is the precip mode in terms of, just the rates, like what you normally see, but then there's your winter type mode, which is, obviously more important in this type of scenario. So again, we're just continuing to stick with you here. And I need to go ahead and update some of these. I'm going to update manually really fast here on winter weather. Alerts, winter storm warning. We've just seen some of that trim out here as we're looking and as we're tracking things here this morning. As we give you guys the very latest. I know we have Jackson in Florida and then Calhoun, Clay, Early, Miller, Quitman, Randolph, Terrell. They've been canceled out. So that's quite a few folks canceled out. So bear with me here. Some of this I'm doing manually. It's a different way of showing some of this. So, okay, so Quitman. Okay, they are out of that. Randolph, they've been canceled from the winter storm warning there. So dropping that off that map. So Quitman and Randolph. And I'm just going through this here on the fly. Then we also had Terrell County. They just got dropped. So Quitman, Randolph, Terrell, and then Miller County got dropped from the winter storm warning. And if you're just waking up, maybe, we had a winter storm warning issued late last night, but, we've had it come through these areas. Some areas getting 3 inches of snow this morning, but already moving on out. So that's why they're canceling out some of these counties here. Not because they didn't get it, but because it's already moved through so rapidly here this morning. But some areas are not getting it further east because it's more rain. But some of the areas that got the snow haven't been getting it heavier than what you would maybe think otherwise here, on the high end of the totals. So definitely an interesting contrast here for sure. Early, Clay and Calhoun, the other 3 that got dropped. So in Georgia, so never had one in Florida for Clay, county in Florida or anything like that. Don't get me wrong there, but so Calhoun looks like the other one that got dropped. I know I could put this in a different graphic, but I have it in my manual graphic this morning. So they did continue it for, okay, how many counties is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in our area. And that's the 6 we have. So let me go ahead and pull that up now on our manual graphic. I know it takes time. I thought this was a good visual here. I will go ahead and before I put that up, I am going to change the nomenclature on here too. Because we've been talking about how, today was, it's ongoing in some of these different areas, obviously, as we are tracking things, as we are monitoring things. So, it's not just, something that will, going to happen in the future, but actually is happening. So here you go. The latest update, the winter storm warning, impactful snowfall event, ongoing in noted counties here, it has been, and still, it hadn't, ended yet because there's still some of that snow around. Baker, Mitchell, Doherty, Worth, Lee, and Turner. So that's the look at that. We cleared a bunch of the counties further off toward the west. There's also winter weather advisory. I won't go into that here quite yet because this takes a lot more updating, but they canceled Calhoun in Florida, Gadsden, Northern Liberty, and then Decatur, Grady, and Seminole in Georgia, and then it continued for Ben Hill, Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Irwin, and Tift until noon. This also goes until noon here, where you have this winter storm warning here in play. So, time's starting to really shrink down with this event here, obviously, but just continuing to give you guys the latest on all of this here. Again, if you're just tuning in, I know we were just showing you that view north about, long ways of our area. Granted, we've had some impactful weather in our area this morning that you've seen, but north of our area, that was one of the more dramatic views you'll ever see. We might have some more dramatic views even here, but this is Lawrence County, this is Dublin, so it's east of Macon by a good little ways on Interstate 16 there in central Georgia. This This has surpassed anything we've seen in our area today on the cameras, and we had some pretty impressive snow, just east of Albany a little while ago, but this is incredible here as we're looking there in Lawrence County, Georgia right now. I see this. As I see this, I'm seeing a report coming in from Mariana. We've had it come through there already. They had about an inch to inch and a quarter inch of snow there, the final accumulation in Mariana and Jackson County. But this is Dublin, Georgia here. We're talking about how cold they were the other night with their temperature when we were on with our live update. And they're around 32 now, but it's actually trying to maybe stick there, it looks like. This does not look like central Georgia, but that's exactly what it is. And there's a lot of traffic there, too, which you don't really love to see this much traffic there. It's right, at the Interstate 16 that connects, Georgia there. It connects you from, like, Macon to Savannah and the like. But, again, that's one view. I just saw another view that actually looked worse before I pulled up the one I've been showing you. Let's see if it actually looks worse on the video, if we can get that up here. It's actually getting, in towards some of these different spots here. I mean, that looks like whiteout conditions here. This looks to be, it says it's on the interstate. And if it's on the interstate, I tell you what, this is, if you haven't been with me all morning, we've had some, pretty interesting views. Some of the more we've ever had with snow in our area for sure. But this is just outlandish here around Lawrence County, Georgia right now. With that visibility, pretty much nothing there. This is a true snow squall here, like what you would see in another part of the country. You'd have those alerts going off on the phone. That's something new the Weather Service does. But we have the winter storm warning that supersedes, so not necessarily you won't have that here. But my point is, that is just awful looking visibility there. So reduced there as we're getting up in towards central Georgia. This is not in our area, as we've had that corridor really shrink in our area because of the dry air, and then you have just the air further out ahead is a little warm, so you have a smaller corridor anyway. But Dublin is under that winter storm warning, and the Atlanta office had that in play, and rightfully so with conditions like this. This is just wild to see here in central Georgia for sure. And they're expected to warm up to about 44 today. I hope they do, because otherwise, it should warm up, some as we get the clearing later on. Show you some of the satellite views. But that's wild to see there as we're looking at central Georgia for sure. So just continuing along here. Let me go ahead and move away from this right now, because we do need to get back to some of the views in our area. If you weren't with me earlier, we had some pretty dramatic ones. Nothing like that, but I mean, we should still have some. Let's go to Acre again, east of Albany. The road that connects to Albany to Sylvester and Tipton and the like there, US 82. We're going to try to pull up that camera view again here. There's still some snow, but it's not near as heavy as it was. But you can tell that it's accumulated. It has accumulated here. As we're going to see this, I know we've been talking straight for 3 hours since about 7:40 this morning, but you can see State Road 520 at County Line Road here in Dougherty County. I know that really, it's still pretty dramatic there, even though that corridor of snow is really shrinking down, but it's still staying on the ground right now since we did get, all the way to freezing there around Albany again. That's something we've been noting here, a little bit colder than anticipated, but some of these temperatures, we are seeing some back behind. I know they're at 34 in Dawson, so this shouldn't really stay too much in the grassy surfaces, but at least it's not really on the pavement too much. If we were just a few degrees colder, we'd have, maybe, let's take 5 degrees over a whole quarter. We'd have quite a bit more snow, and it'll be a bigger problem, lot bigger problem. But again, continuing to look at that there. Let's go ahead and go to some more in the Albany Metro. And go to Lido Road again, that parking lot where you have the snow, all the cars covered. I'll go ahead and show that to you again if you're just waking up here on this Sunday morning. You see State Road 3/US 19 at Lido Road. And those cars, they definitely, they definitely do tell a story there. You see them, the windshields, the back maybe of some of them, depending on how they're facing. They're covered in that snow. Looks like I'm making that out here now. I hadn't noticed this earlier, what dealership it was. It looked like Ford, maybe, based on what I'm seeing here on that sign. You see that pillars up there up around Lido Road, just, north side of Albany, just edging into Lee County. And you can see here, that snow that's accumulated. Definitely not a half foot like we had last year, but some areas have had a few inches here this morning, about half of what we had last year in some parts of the viewing circle. So definitely, that's still historic in a way. Historic last year, no doubt. This year, not as impactful. The surface temperatures were warmer and different factors, but this stuff, we haven't had much of this in some of the different parts of the region. We didn't have it toward Jacksonville, that much last year, and not at all really this year. But, in '89, it was over east. But some of these areas hadn't had much of this in decades until last year, that much. I mean, especially down toward like Jackson County, Florida. We did have the 2018 event, to two events. I mean, the one was further east and the other was further west that had some of that stuff. This isn't just, something that doesn't happen here, but it doesn't happen every year. That's for sure, is what I'm saying. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the updates here. Again, you see how that we're not really seeing much of the actual snow come down anymore as it came down. But now not really coming down in that corridor so much. We'll go ahead, see if Sylvester finally switched over to snow. So earlier they were rain. They definitely switched over. They got a good little bit there. And they're still getting it. So let's go ahead and set it to you now. I'm going to show you this view. State Road 520 at Livingston Street there in Worth County. Earlier we showed you these views here, some of them from that area, and it was all rain. So it's come down very quickly to get it all that much on the grass there and the light, that snow. See some of that on the line there, where the red light, the traffic lights are, those types of poles accumulating on that some there. And in Worth County, I know, we're watching that vicinity in Albany. They're right at 32, so probably maybe just around that 37 in Tifton, so maybe just above that, give or take, in Sylvester right now there in Worth County. So definitely seeing that snow come down there right now. That corridor keeps shrinking though for this, but Tifton's probably going to get some flurries, but not as much as this even. And Douglas, we're thinking it's going to be your area, Fitzgerald. Well, Fitzgerald's to be getting into some of this. Douglas, it might be tougher for you guys. You're at 40 in Douglas, 37 is Fitzgerald. So you should be getting some of this in Fitzgerald, looking at the radar. Douglas, it's been, we were talking about Waycross and even Folkestone the other day, and that keeps shrinking that corridor. Unless you get just a road flurry. This is, something that's pretty enjoyable to see here. Got to be careful, but, enjoyable to see this type of snow there in Worth County here, as we show you guys what's going on here around the Sylvester community there. So, again, continuing to track all of that. See if we can pull some more cameras around US 82 and Sylvester there. Again, trying to see what we can give you guys in terms of those vantage points here. We have State Road 520 / Franklin Street at Main Street there in the Sylvester area. So let's go ahead and pull that up. Again, there's another view of the situation there. As we continue to watch, continue to track. Again, you can see the elevated surfaces, the grassy areas, as we anticipated. Some areas maybe a little more, but that's what we're seeing around Sylvester there. They're still under that winter storm warning there. As we continue to give you guys the very latest on all that, you can see how things are looking there with that live view in Worth County. Again, telling that story. Let's pull up the radar tighter in here around Sylvester real quick. I do have the graphic up. So there's your warning still. Worth, Daugherty, Lee, Turner, Baker, Mitchell for the area till noon. And then we go back to this view here. And you see there, you see Sylvester. They're right on the edge and they're getting into some of that snow there. Again, it's been out running just a little bit, the actual view on the radar, the colors here in some cases. I mean, there's that mix, but we'll see this view of it off the Tallahassee radar. Some of those hydrometeors, they look pretty similar. So, right here it starts to diverge some, and let's see that to you from up. Yeah, this is a better perspective. Here, that's the better look, because really that tells you this is probably all snow in here. Despite what the other things showing, when you actually use the correlation coefficient, we use this to like track tornadoes, but you can use this. It didn't work as well last year because we had ice and we're trying to determine things. This time it's pretty much just going from rain to snow, and this is how you do it in other parts of the country. You see here, it's right here more to rain as you look here, but then as you get back in here, this is probably pretty much all snow. Darwin, Sigsbee, you kind of get the idea. Ashburn there in Turner County, you're probably getting in snow. I can see if I can pull some cameras up I-75 there. Let's go ahead and pull some of those up. And this is way funner and way better than tracking, tornadoes like we sometimes do. And yeah, Ashburn is getting it. That's like, our radar was trying to say maybe not, but when you go, and so another view kind of shows it. I'll switch it back real quick here, but this shows maybe not. Another view showing probably so, and then it is snow in there. We're going to go ahead and pull that up live on the Georgia 511 camera view right now, on I-75. They're getting it, and then right near I-75, and the camera's not on 75, but right near 75 is where this camera is. And you can see what we're talking about there in Turner County right now with that snow. You can even see some of it has accumulated pretty decently on some of those elevated surfaces there and the like. I do think Fitzgerald do get snow, especially based on what we're seeing here. Some areas like Douglas, you might get some, but it's not going to be a whole lot there, is what I'm kind of alluding to. It's not a guarantee you'll get it in Douglas there. So, Eastman's getting snow, Cordell's getting snow further north of the area as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. But just continuing to give you the latest. Again, there's Sylvester there. That mode is showing snow for the Ashburn community there in Turner County. Then you have some of these areas for the east. Let's see if I have anything in Fitzgerald. I don't think they're quite getting snow there though yet. Yeah, we have a camera there in Fitzgerald and it's rain. I don't really even see flurries in there right now. So let's go ahead and pull that up. This live view here. There you go. GDOT camera, Georgia Department of Transportation camera. And you see that's rain there. They're at 37 degrees there right now in Fitzgerald. That is in Ben Hill County. As we go ahead and continue to watch this here. Continue to track this. I want to just kind of measure the distance there for everybody. You have Fitzgerald, and you have Ashburn there. It's only about 20 miles apart. Only about 20 miles apart, and we had even closer distances earlier. We were showing you the differences, but snow there in Turner County, Fitzgerald and Ben Hill County, not so much. So again, that's kind of telling the story there. Now, Turner County, they are under that winter storm warning compared to Ben Hill County. Winter storm warning is in a play for Turner County here this morning. Ben Hill County is under a winter weather advisory along with Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Irwin, and Tip. But the warning here is for these counties that are highlighted and underlined there within our covered area. The other counties west of that, like Early and Calhoun and Clay, Randolph, Terrell there in Georgia, Quitman, they have all been dropped. It's already moved through there pretty much. That's how progressive and quick the system is compared to the one last year. We still got a few inches of snow around Lee County, Georgia, and the like. So that is definitely, worth noting here as we're giving you guys the very latest here on the situation. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the frequent updates here. Just trying to keep you guys up to date on everything that is evolving. It's just so important to stay on top of this. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. We're approaching the top of the hour now. Our coverage continues. I know we're hoping for a few flurries around Tallahassee. I mean, we go to high. I mean, even that mode is showing I said on correlation coefficient, you might squeeze some out, though. It's right on the edge of Tallahassee. If FSU in that area is going to get some flurries or not, it's not looking, I mean, all that great right now for much. 1052 rain reported there on I-10 in Tallahassee, so we're watching that for you. We're watching quite a few things. And then right on the edge, I see Thomasville. It looks like somebody there just now reporting some flurries in the Thomasville area. So that's, something this radar's not necessarily showing it in the meter, but maybe a few in the air, coming there from the sky, of course. So it's 11 o'clock. Our coverage continues. Cloud weather at 11 a.m. here. That latest coverage, those latest updates, those continue right now.
This is a clouds weather alert.
So still with you here at 11 o'clock. Again, we're tracking the situation here on this Sunday morning, this January 18th, 2026. I know we're watching the weather radar. I've been with you continuous since about 7:40. We've been, right here with you. Haven't taken any breaks. Just, we're trying to recap things at the top of the hour. We had that winter storm warning there for a handful of counties. We've had, some areas with a few inches of snow here in the covered area this morning. You see that report there from Smithville and northern Lee County, 2 to 3 inches of snow reported. It's, starting to move out now, and normal view, high red still shows that some. I think it's mostly moved out, maybe some light flurries in the air, but, as we're looking there. But 2 to 3 inches of snow in the Smithville area reported by Lee County Emergency Management. Some accumulation on dirt roads there with icy patches, on spots in the paved roads. So again, just continue to track all that here for you guys with you. Again, you see how the snow's heavier still and more organized still just north of our area. Abbeville, Eastman, you see all these areas. Dublin, we showed you how nasty it looked around Dublin. Let's look around Eastman there. It's not that far north of our area, and it may be pretty heavy there. And we showed you it was just crazy around Dublin, Georgia there. Incredible views. I might go back to that here in a minute, but let's see if we can pull up something around Eastman for you. In Dodge County, maybe. It's not as crazy as I thought it could be there, but still definitely, definitely seeing that snow. So we'll go ahead and pull that up there as we get a little bit further up into the, Georgia geography in the state and the different counties. And you can see here what we're talking about and what we're tracking here this morning. Again, trying to keep you guys informed on all this, on this winter weather, situation, this winter storm event. I know it's church time, hopefully people able to go to that there if they wanted to this morning with this nasty weather, but in some cases it's fun weather. I mean, but when you get closer to that freezing point, when you have the heavier snow squalls, it definitely can get hazardous out there, so you got to be taking precautions. So, again, just continue to look here at some of these views. That's Eastman and Dodge County. Further up in Georgia, you see Dublin. I mean, Dublin, it's been absolutely wild on a couple cameras we were showing you there. Let's see if we can pull that one again up. I don't think the actual ongoing rate is as much, but that looks like that really stuck compared to almost everywhere else I've seen today. It looks like it really stuck up there, that snow. So let me go ahead and pull this up here. That looks pretty awful, to be quite honest there. And I see only 32, but I know how cold they were the other day. This looks almost completely different than the rest of the, camera we show you, but this really stuck bad to the road here compared to almost everywhere else. And our area haven't really seen anything like this, but this is north of our area there in Lawrence County around the Dublin community. This is, southeast, give or take, of Macon by a good ways along Interstate 16, the interstate that connects Macon to Savannah. And it is a very, very slow go there in that corridor there. Definitely hyper-local weather compared to rolling, stuff like this here. That sure looks like a snow really stuck to that interstate, in that corridor at least. Again, I'm continuing to give you guys the very latest with all these camera views. Again, we're trying to keep you guys informed here on the situation. Let me see what else we might have here in the Weather Center. I've been with you for a while. Eventually we'll wrap up and then we're back late Tuesday, with our next one will update. But gonna have, freezes / frost concerns tonight, tomorrow night, and Tuesday night. Even, not this time about Georgia here. We're talking about other parts, of the area, including around Stark here. We have some freeze alerts in play. So be aware of that. But again, just continue to track all this here for you. Just keeping you guys up to date here. Let me see here. We have different viewpoints. This is a nice here, not in our area, but Bleckley County, Georgia. Let's go ahead and pull this one up. Still some snowfall. Most of it slacked up. It did look like maybe a courthouse there in that area. You can see that snow there is really contained good compared to the road. You see, I don't know if anybody's been through, but I mean, it might not needed to be, but you can just see how it's such a differential there with that grassy surface all covered in snow there compared to the alternative. So again, really kind of seeing that there, as we're looking towards some of the different spots. So I'm just trying to show you guys what's happening, of course. I'm going to go ahead and keep looking at some more visuals here. We're going to look up there toward, let's see, so I know Warner Robins pretty much out of it there now. They had the snow earlier. So let's see if anything's still kind of remaining there in Houston County. Different parts of town and different parts of that region can tell a different story. So and I think some of these views, sometimes the angles are a little bit hard to see stuff on. So see if I can, yeah, there we go. That looks like something where you have some of the elevated surfaces there toward like Houston County, Georgia. You see how it's in the grass there. Quite a bit of snow still remaining. It's about 33, 34 in some of the different spots. Maybe closer to, 32, depending on where you're at. But in that vicinity there, right around that freezing mark there, you don't see it on the road. People getting by pretty good. But that snow in the grass there at that restaurant, it looks like you see that, that storyline being seen pretty well. As we go ahead and continue along, I know we're just watching all of our different views here. I know, sure as FSU students, you guys, if you're watching, you want that snow. Mariana had an inch or so, inch and a quarter, and that's only about 50 miles away as I measure it there along I-10, and you guys will be lucky to get flurries here. Let's go ahead and pull up some cameras around the campus. See if we can pick up on any flurries here. It'd be about, as I look at another mode here, about that time if you're going to get any. I don't see any imping reports, but, it is the daytime. The daylight is there, so maybe you'll be able to see something. Maybe something will be coming on down there. We'll look right around some, of like, the most important areas there, like the weather building there. Temperature-wise, Tallahassee's at 39. That's a little on the warm side. We'll go ahead and, look at the new, or it's about 5, 6 years old now, but pretty new EOAS building there at FSU. It seems like it just got built the other day to me, but Tennessee Street at Woodward, and Woodward Avenue there. We'll go ahead and pull that up. And yeah, we're not really seeing anything right now. It looks like just wet, cold rain. It's not fun compared to snow. Granted, you don't want to like some of the spots I've been showing you, but yeah, we're not really. I mean, it's possible a car too could have it on it if they're coming in from an area that had snow this morning. But as we're looking and as we're tracking things, I'm just looking here at this view. Really not seeing anything. It's even just light rain right now, almost no rain. At this point, that's how much that dry air is undercut things. It could have been snow if we would have had not quite as dry air on the back side, and it had been the colder air, it really undercut things there around Tallahassee and Leon County. You're going to be lucky to squeeze out a flurry there. A little slew of flurries on the FSU campus is going to be pretty tough. As we're looking as we track things, not like last year, just sometimes doesn't work out in that regard there as we look at things and as we track them. So maybe you'll get lucky and get a few, but as we go ahead and look at the situation again on the Doppler, I know Camilla's last observation still reporting some snow there, light snow. That's good. I'll put a higher sensitivity mode on. Yeah, I mean, maybe this flurries in the air pretty much is what this is showing versus, something that can actually accumulate on here. That's pretty much this confined areas there, maybe somewhere around Albany, but then, right there in just the northern fringes of the covered area before it really is a lot more defined further up toward the north there in east central Georgia. So you see an inch of snow recorded there around Washington, Georgia, Washington County, maybe upwards of an inch and a quarter just south of Sandersville. So north of our covered area, but still worth noting, obviously, as we look and as we track things here this morning. Just trying to keep you guys up to date on the situation here. Let me go ahead and I know we have a marine warning way down toward Tampa, but just some winds coming in there, which is interesting, but no type of wintry weather in terms of any wintry precip down there, anything like that. In fact, I'll go ahead and we'll switch it over to that just for a moment. We have some winter weather or cold weather alerts in place, some freeze alerts on the board. So you have to watch out for that tonight. Even some of these areas, you might have those iguanas here again. Those iguanas that fall because they get stunned by the cold before they wake back up as you get further south in the state. But we're in our winter storm warning coverage here. No winter storm warning down there, but continuing that coverage because of what we've been seeing here. And I got our loop of our radar. It's been evolving here. We're see how that corridor is shrunk. And we had snow around Columbus this morning, Macon, Albany there. There's different areas. Getting into some of that snow here, accumulating snow in all three of those, zones. Pretty noteworthy, inch plus, I would say, in all those areas. So areas a little bit more than that even. We'll go ahead and show you this view right now of the Doppler perspective, that loop here. It shows you how things have progressed. It shows you how things have evolved. You sit down to 39 Tallahassee. I know I want to have some wind in here. You don't want to have too much, but we're going to have some wind because we need to dry things out a little bit because we don't have black ice tonight. That'll be something we'll watch for just in case here because of that lingering moisture. We're at a quarter inch here for today's to start, by the way, if you're wondering, as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things with all of that. So, but yeah, that snow corridor in our area has definitely been shrinking. You saw how wide it was. It's narrower and narrower and almost gone now in our covered area as that moves off toward the north there. So that's something that we're monitoring. That's something we're following here. We're giving you the latest on. So I know we're approaching 11:15. What I think we're going to do here, we're going to keep stream going a little longer, coverage going a little bit longer here. But at least for the 11:30 half hour, we're going to go ahead and, we're going to start to slow it down. So we're going to go to, half hour intervals right now. At least for 11:30, I'll see if we need to stay on, past that or not. We'll kind of play it by ear. As the winter storm warning goes away at 12, the advisory at 2, but they may not even keep it. Jacksonville might not downstream based on how this is looking like more just flurries for maybe Atkinson and Coffee counties here this morning, into the afternoon, early afternoon. But north of that, we're seeing all the snow still, and we still have some in our area in our northern fringes, but it's really shrinking down rapidly. Maybe flurries, I talked about, obviously here, that shows the flurries more. This is what's really hitting. It was way more earlier on. We've been covering it for you. We've been tracking it. We're going to be back here with more coverage at 11:30. I've been on for 3.5 hours straight talking you through it since pretty much about 7:40. Things are slacking up some now We'll be wrapping covered pretty soon, but not yet. I'll be back at 11:30, so make sure you tune in for another update then at the bottom of the hour. I see Top Cat Ann watching there on YouTube. Thanks for watching there. Other folks watching on the different platforms. I appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me this morning. I've been, trying to get you through this here. It's not for everybody. A lot of areas not been getting into this, but, some of the area has, pretty intensely, for that matter. And we've been showing you some of those pretty dramatic views from the camera angles as we still have that winter storm warning remaining for a few of our counties for a little bit longer here this morning. So we're still keeping tabs on that. I know Terrell County and Dawson, 2 inches of snow reported on social media. And it's in our area, of course, on this map. They're out of the, they're out of the alert now, but, they had earlier on 2 inches of snow there on Dawson. And then, Walton County, Miramar Beach, they got 1/10 of an inch of snow, in the Florida Panhandle. And then, so right here at the Gulf, that's something, just right west of Miramar Beach. And then, it wasn't much, but still right at the Gulf. And then Ozark, Alabama there, they got 2 inches of snow according to social media. So those reports just coming in. We're watching, we're tracking. We'll be back at 11:30, the bottom of the hour, with more. I'm going to catch my breath for a few minutes, catch up, make sure I'm not missing anything. We'll have more at 11:30. I may wrap it on that update, just depending on how things go. We'll see if we need to do the radar up or something, or we may go up to 12, or we'll just kind of play it by ear depending on what we're seeing. But definitely slacking off pretty rapidly here in our covered area, which is, mostly good news. I mean, if you want to see the snow, unfortunately, you're not seeing it like Tallahassee. But, if it is hazardous, impacting you, that is a concern. Something I'm seeing. Look how warm it is around Leesburg, Florida right now. 70 there, and in the 60s in Flagler County. But such, much cooler to the north. 40s around Stark. We're at 46 right now. 1/4 inch of rain today. All liquid, it seems. And that's probably what it's going to stay here before it moves on out here later on. Be back in about 15 minutes with more coverage. Again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here on Cloud Weather on this Sunday as we're watching this winter storm. And, the effects here start to subside some in our coverage area.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour. It's 11:30 here on this Sunday morning, tracking our winter storm here as the situation does evolve. You can see here how we're seeing less and less snow here in the covered area now, especially in terms of anything that would actually accumulate even in the grassy surfaces there on those. You see up to the north, the 32-degree indicator with snow. That's further in the ward central Georgia, around Eastman there, around Dublin, as we're looking at things. And, you can see that little corridor, that strip of it there, just something to be mindful of as, if you're traveling up north, if you have friends and family up there, they're still getting in on some of this. You can see here as we look at some of the different spots. I know this north of our area, 1.5 inches, 2 inch, or just a little over type totals there. As we get toward like areas there around Stewart County, Georgia. In our area, though, we had the snow as well, even though it doesn't look like it. If you're just waking up, you're thinking it doesn't look like very much, on that Doppler perspective. But yeah, that here there shows a little bit more because it's just kind of going in high sensitivity mode, looking for flurries. But in this mode, this is what would actually really be, getting to the grass, and you don't see much of that. But 4 hours ago is a far different story. You can see that band as it was coming in, and they went back 4 hours there on the actual mapping to kind of tell that weather story. It kind of helps to indicate what is going on there for sure as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things. I know as we look at some of the other information here, just kind of watching things as they evolve. I'm going to see some of the other radar views right now on the situation regarding that. You'll be able to see here on Albany some snow. You see some snow there around, again, I-16 there around Dodge and Lawrence counties. Just getting some pretty heavy snow up there and snowfall right up there. As those spots have been watching that progressing, obviously, pretty carefully. Because they might end up getting about the most based on what I saw in the traffic cameras there a little while ago. As we're, just seeing this go, with that progressing here, with the latest information. I'm going to go ahead and show you right now, though, that loop I have together now of the snowfall that's been, coming on in and shrinking down with the actual area of that here on the map. I know seeing that area get smaller and smaller here as the hours go by. So again, that kind of helps to indicate what's going on here. As it's been, moving, more in South Georgia toward I-75. I mean, we've seen it, further north, but into our area, that's really been shrinking down. Just maybe, some rogue flurries here in some parts of the area. Some of it's still probably some light snow. I'll go ahead and zoom back in a little bit on that right now as we're looking at things. And the winter storm warning set to expire at noon for the remaining counties that are under it. We're talking about counties there like, as I look through it here, Baker and Georgia, Daugherty, Lee, Mitchell, Turner, and Worth. So not that many left at this point. But you see here on Sylvester, we're showing you that one camera here. Let's see what we can kind of pull up there around Sylvester if we can. Again, we'll try to look at that Georgia 511 perspective again. Just giving you guys the very latest there on what's going on in toward that Worth County area. You'll be able to see what we're talking about there. And you'll be able to see there's not that much more snow coming on down here at this point. There's still the surface snow there, obviously, but you're not seeing that much more there in terms of things, actually falling there in terms of the actual precipitation that's ongoing. You can see there the snow in towards some of those grassy areas there and the like. I know just kind of that does help to tell the story that it's been, something where it definitely has been coming on down here, at points, and, you kind of just see what we're dealing with there, but it's not, near as much snow as other parts of the area, that we were tracking there, further off, some spots getting closer to 3 inches, and then some spots outside of our area getting a lot of snow, so that's still ongoing as we go further up toward the north here, around Dublin, around Eastman there, as you can see there, and it's backed around the Dublin area right now. I'm going to go ahead and see what we can kind of pull on up. We'll try to go ahead and get a look there of just how nasty it's been on one of these cameras around I-16. I'm going to go ahead and try to find where we have folks trying to get on there. You have US 441 in there as well. US 441 in there as well. I'm going to try to pull up a camera here, and there we go. It just loaded on my end. It's not near as heavy as it was, but some of this, unlike most of the regions here, it actually is sticking there in parts of Lawrence County, Georgia, which is cause for concern on this holiday weekend. On this Sunday, you can see there State Road 31 at I-16, mile marker 21.5. You can definitely see it looks like a winter wonderland there. Further up into Georgia, pretty dramatic view, but they've been getting that snow. Other areas got it, maybe not quite as much as this, but Albany, toward Dothan, up toward areas there around Macon, even Columbus getting into it, and some spots in the Panhandle, the Phoenix, Springs, Mariana getting some, not as much as this, but that's probably about one of the, once we get done with the totals here, this might be about one of the highest spots in terms of, snowfall totals that we see here. It's hard to tell from this angle because we can't see the grassy surfaces, but this is the type of area that might get, on the very high end, closer to like 4 inches or something of snow, not completely out of the realm of possibility. So, again, something, that we have to be kind of looking at there, be thinking about, obviously, as the situation moves here, in the further hours, just to kind of see what type of totals ultimately, get posted here, get resolved out of this. You see areas that are in like Houston County, Georgia, and that's where Warner Robins is, and then you have about an inch of snow that was measured there. One of the reports there from emergency management, but maybe a little bit more further east. See closer to 32 there, right at 32. We have some reduced visibility in some of these spots. Half a mile in Dublin, 1 3/4 of a mile there on Eastman. You can see around Albany, we're right above freezing. Their visibility is up to 9 miles, though. Dawson's visibility is at 10 miles. Camilla, they're at 10 miles now. Moultrie, there's at 4. So a little bit reduced there in toward parts of Colquitt County. And then you have Tipton there at 36 degrees, 5 miles worth of visibility there. 37 around Thomasville. So definitely, keeping our eyes on the different readings here on the different sensors are helpful to get a good understanding of what is going on here this morning. I know I'm looking through some stuff, and let me see what else they might have. Gonna see if we can kind of pull up here some more information. See if I can pull up the camera views, if we have any out of the Colquitt County area, if they're available right now. I'll see if we can pull anything up around Moultrie to see if we can maybe squeeze out a flurry or something there. It's possible we're getting some of that in there. I'm going to look at some of our different views right now. I'm just kind of checking on behind the scenes. They might be kind of hit and miss here, these flurries. If you get them. And that's Coffee County. I went a little too far over, I guess. Well, like I said, it's Colquitt County. It says Coffee, though. I don't know if that's, they had that misaligned. I did clear. It's supposed to be Colquitt County, but it came up as Coffee County for whatever reason. So, something in their system there. But let's try one that does say Colquitt County on here. Alright, you can see a little bit of a breeze. Probably some road flurries here, but not necessarily seeing them on this view right now. As we are tracking this, as we are monitoring things. So that's something that, it's always good to be able to see these views of the situation to get a handle on what's happening closer down toward the surface. So, I know, definitely, looking through things. I know had family there around the Macon Warner Robins area indicate there was some, that snow definitely falling. Didn't actually, really accumulate on the pavement, just the grassy surfaces because of the temperatures being just above freezing. You see right around freezing, but in some spots, but really keeping that pavement there. That helped us out with that being a little bit warmer here today, as we've alluded to all morning over the last few hours in the coverage. So again, just checking on that. Let me see if we have any reports of any snow, maybe around Tallahassee. I doubt it, at this point with the flurries, but I just want to see if we have anything, and see if we have any, maybe flurries mixing in. Maybe we're getting lucky there. Kind of doubt it the way things have been, evolving on us here. Let me go ahead and go through here. Just going through some of the information. Trying to see what we're coming up with here. Everybody, to see that snow here is so intriguing to see. I gotta be careful though too, but we will eventually have clearing later, which will help in terms of drying things out some. This moisture that lingers, I know. Something we have to be careful about. That black ice potential, depending on how, much we do dry out here later on today. You see how dry it is, though, in the upper levels. That's what's, kind of edging the snow out of the picture. You can see infrared and visible, though, is, a lot different view. Like out toward the Dothan area, they're in the mid-30s, and they are clear now. So, that's how quickly things are changing. And Blakely, they're now clearing out Eufaula area as well. Let's see if we can pull up a camera from Blakely there then, as we're getting near the end of our coverage. So let's see, we were talking about snow there not that long ago, and now we're talking about maybe some clearing there. Yeah, the sun's out. One of the cameras we were showing not that long ago here with that wintry weather. We'll go ahead and see when it looks a little bit breezy there. You'll be able to see how we have the sun out now. We had snow not that long ago. Just saw somebody drive right through a puddle, by the way, on this. So we still have some of that water pond, and we hope that, water, that remaining liquid, gets, dried up here in the next 6 hours before the sun goes down, because any of that remains would be, a vulnerability, lead us to maybe a little black ice tomorrow, but not seeing the snow still stick because that sun coming out. It reminds you a little bit of, like, you have hail sometimes, and you have winter weather and the like, and then, that, or not winter weather, excuse me, just as winter weather, but when you have hail and severe weather, that, doesn't stay around too long there, obviously, because the surface temperatures are so warm, and this is almost not, it's a lot colder, but it's kind of, if you're staying above freezing, it's somewhat, in a way, reminiscent of that, but you still have the lingering moisture. So we'll just have to see. Hopefully these puddles kind of go away or dry up to the day with the wind, the sun, and then that'll help us out here and, lend itself to not having black ice potentially. So that's something we have to be watching out for here for sure. As we're looking, though, that would be something to be mindful of as we're looking at those clouds there from the visible satellite. It's such dry air coming on in. I know for the next 15 minutes, only 15 more minutes, we have this winter storm warning continuing for the indicated counties. So not much longer there. We have one weather advisory a little longer further out to the east there, like Coffee and Atkinson. We're not going to have much in the way of snow there, if any. I mean, at this point, looking through some things here. Just going to pull up the black ice safety tips here again. So you don't want to let it sneak up on you. It can form on any road, but also along curbs and drainage areas due to melting snow. Obviously, just the water, after rain can refreeze or freeze in terms of if you still have some of those puddles remaining. So we have to remain alert for that potential here. But as we look at things, as we track things here in toward the weather center. So that's something to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind, we do have at least some potential for hard freeze tomorrow, some spots. So make sure you're protecting people, pets, plants, pipes. It's not just confined to like South Georgia and the areas where we have the winter weather. Stark will have some, freezing temperatures tonight, next couple nights ahead as well. And then, we talked about the snow. I know this hasn't been updated here lately, but we had the snow that did happen there in towards some of the South Georgia communities. And then we have that freeze and frost concern lingering Tuesday and Wednesday here. And then a fire risk there. You got to be careful, with space heaters and the like. You got to use extreme caution with them. Got to be really careful, really vigilant, because those could flip over or something like that, and that would not be a good situation to be in, obviously, because that can lead to serious injury or even worse. Got to be really mindful of that. Let's go ahead and see what else we might have here. Pull up some of the METAR. We don't really have hardly any METARs in our area even sowing snow anymore. In the north of our area, Eastman still reporting it. Dublin, Swainsboro starting to get into it, and you see Waynesboro, Georgia on the edge. Augusta's right now more rain, so that corridor keeps shrinking on down here, shrinking and shrinking, smaller and smaller here, but still maybe some lingering flurries here as we look at things. This shows it more in that mode, but it'd be, just in the air almost. You're not even seeing them on the METARs anymore, so it's really, with the dry air coming in, it's hard for that to reach the surface. So that's something that we're following. And let's look at 12-hour rainfall / precip total. Some of this is, going to be heavier. Some of this is wintry weather mixing in, but that's the type of moisture we're down with that we need to get evaporated before tomorrow morning. There's going to be more to the east, of course, because it hadn't all fallen yet. Or we're going to have some, issues. A lot of it should because of the winds, that are up there, but some of it might not. So that's something to be bearing in mind here. We had that potential for heavy snow earlier on in that circle. Pretty much everything's been moving out of that zone now, except the far northeastern quadrant, per se, of the mesoscale discussing area there. That's up in central Georgia, north of the area, of course, but I know, just continuing to track all this. Look how warm it is in Polk County this afternoon. They're up at 81 in Bartow and 80 there around Sebring, and it's not even noon after they were so cold the other day, and they're not going to be too warm tomorrow either here as we're looking at things down that way. It's a big contrast, we have a marine warning. Shouldn't have any severe weather down there, but, lucky we don't have a different type of setup, or that could actually lead to some of that, but not really anticipating that. I know Polk County's going to be down, you see how warm it is there right now, in the some of the areas around Bartow. We're going to be down to about freezing tonight there. It's 81 there now, and they're going to be down to 32 tonight. So what a drop for them down in, some of these areas down in here. Bartow's already a little warmer than they're supposed to be. The winds are a little up, really up down toward areas like Hillsborough County and the like there as we're looking and as we're tracking things here. You're looking at different things in the overall pattern, with the spin and the like down there. So again, you see how that snow just keeps, decaying. We have the wind here in this rain getting a little gusty. I know we were up to about 4/10 of an inch of rain here east of Stark, but up toward the north and west there, they've had that winter storm warning that's about to go away. They're above freezing there in Albany now. Cordille's just above freezing, really clearing out pretty rapidly here. I know Douglas there, they are about 39 degrees. Again, maybe some flurries coming in, but there's that winter weather advisory at 2 o'clock for, at least for now, for parts of Coffee and Atkinson. I don't know if they'll keep it or not, but, it's not even looking all that likely they're going to have much, if anything, in the way of wintry weather over that way. So that's something there that, is worth noting is this is really, falling off here. I know there was, a report of maybe some flurries around Thomas County earlier on this morning. As we're looking here, as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation. Again, things seem to be improving, whether dramatically here, rather dramatically, they're improving toward our counties for the most part. Still got to be kind of careful there. But that winter storm warning goes away at noon. Winter weather advisory goes away at noon for most of our area here, except for Coffee and Atkinson. And that goes until 2 o'clock. So unless they drop it early, because, it's really having trouble making its way in there. As we're looking at it's also Applin, Bacon, and Jeff Davis out of our area. And I've been keeping you up to date all morning here on the different platforms. And I think just what I'm seeing here, we still have some of the snow up north, but not really in our area too much now, just exception of some flurry. I know, if we were to, need to come back on for something or update you somehow, that there's some reason to, we will on the different platforms. We're probably about to end coverage here because things are slacking off as the situation does, seem to be improving here meteorologically now. I know as we look up toward, let's see about Swainsboro. I'll see if I can pull up a camera around there. We'll see what we can kind of find. See if we can see some snow in Emmanuel County, maybe. It's snow on the camera, though. It's so blurry. See if I can find something else. For the south, it's rain. We'll show this to you very fast because it's a misaligned zone. I'm only going to show it for like 2 or 3 seconds just to say that it is snow in there in Swainsboro. It's the only camera. There you go. Swainsboro, some snow. I know it's kind of blurry there, so I don't want to show it too long, but you kind of get the idea as we're looking and as we're tracking things on the different perspectives. I know we'll see what remains of the snow in areas around Sandersville, Georgia. Let's go ahead and see this. I mean, not actively snowing, it doesn't look like anymore, but you see some of the snow on the trees. So a very clear picture here, clear view. You see the snow there in the grass and the like. So that really does tell the story, of just how much of that wintry weather, in terms of that snow that did occur, in terms of that, precip coming on down. You see some of that wind now, and you see things getting lighter out to some degree. It's a very clear view, but you can kind of see here what we're talking about. And you also see that the pavement doesn't really have it at all in this spot at all. So that's good. That makes it a lot better than some of the situations we were in last year in most spots. I know a little bit different there around Dublin, Georgia, but most of the areas are looking more like this. As we look here, let's see what else we might have. Let me see what I was alluding to around Dublin, Georgia. See if I can pull up those cameras around the interstate I-16 area anyway. Looking a lot better than it did there, but it still looks like a slower than normal go by a pretty big, margin there. But it's still a big improvement from what we showed earlier on there in Lawrence County, Georgia. As we keep on looking here, I'm going to go ahead and check some of the local cameras again here. Let's check around Albany to see how much of that snow may be starting to melt. Oh yeah, the sun's coming out there now in Lido Road. There's still some of it, of that snow, but it's going to start melting here. We're a little above freezing in general here with that sun coming out. You see there what I'm talking about there, that car lot, truck lot, the light there. You see some of that snow there. Some of it still lingers, They're probably not gonna be lingering a bunch longer, longer here with this sun out and temperatures trying to get at least in probably about the 40s, give or take. They're at 34 around Albany right now, so clearing skies, that'll help improve things. But then look, the angle might make it look a little worse than it actually is. I don't know if there's that much of a reflection on the road in reality with any type of, precip. I think it's just the angle with the lighting, but I'm gonna check something else in our model, and I'm just thinking about your visibility. Excuse me, I can't talk. I've been talking for a while, but visibility here for some of the time frames ahead. I just want to see if I know there might be just a little bit of reduced visibility tomorrow. I don't think we'd have freezing fog tomorrow, but we'll watch it in case, some of these areas here that did have, some of that wintry weather. Be interesting to keep an eye on. When I'm looking in the modeling, is actually something more down toward like Stark and Gainesville, maybe a little bit of fog and for below freezing. We'll have to watch that. It's something, it's always kind of tricky to figure that out here after, things evolve. I know this is, it's an odd situation to be above freezing and have the snow around here. It didn't really happen so much at all anyway, but the way it's set up was a lot different than last year and some of the other events in general. There's an event in 2018 that was more confined toward Albany that we, did have some of those temperatures above freezing there as we're looking and as we're tracking things there at the surface in general. But again, we've been watching this for hours, here hour after hour, giving you the updates. I appreciate you guys tuning in, trusting me here. Nearing the top of the hour now. I'm just going to go ahead and look here, see if we have any questions or comments. Don't see anything new here at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up, I think. I thank everybody for tuning in. I don't think we need to even leave the radar up. I know there's a rogue chance of flurries here in a few of our areas. Winter storm warning goes away in 2 minutes. Winter weather advisory continues for Coffee and Atkinson, though, too. If we really see something, which I really doubt, more than just flurries, then we would, let you know. But probably just be flurries there at the most at this point here. And maybe flurries in Tallahassee if they're getting lucky in a few spots, but not much at all here, in the overall pattern. But we had a lot in other parts of the area here, as we've alluded to. Around Albany, we see some of those cameras as it was happening live. We appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you guys trusting me as, the event starts to wrap on up. The winter storm warning expired in about 2 minutes, a minute or so for those remaining counties in Georgia that have been under that. So, again, that expires here, very soon here. Again, at the top of the hour. These highlighted and underlined zones will no longer be under that winter storm warning. Just be a winter weather advisory remaining for a few of our counties. So, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for trusting me. We'll be back late Tuesday with another formal update here. We shouldn't have to cut back in today unless something, really shifts on us here, which it shouldn't. So this should be the, the end of our coverage here for today. That really not going to have flurries down toward Jacksonville, Gainesville, or Stark, I wouldn't think, unless we have some rogue backside tiny flurries. We had that last year, but that was a much more powerful system. Maybe we get something like that, but that's not enough to really be on the air with even. Maybe we get lucky with something like that, but not really seeing that in the models here. So that kind of wraps it on up for now. Have a great day. Winter storm warning's going away now. Stay safe out there. Again, we'll update you guys with more, if necessary. But otherwise, just try to enjoy the day. It's been a fun one for some of you. So, winter storm warning now is 12. So, that's going away now. That's wrapping on up. And we just want you guys to stay safe. But just try to have fun with what's left here. Most of that's more north of the area now with what's actively falling, with the exception of some rogue flurries. But, pretty much it's been something that you guys remember for a while, making some memories. And I hope you guys, really were enjoying my coverage. Hope you guys were, really learning some stuff from the coverage here as well. Have a great day. Have a great Sunday. Stay safe, everybody.